Okay, it's 10 a.m., so we're going to get going. Representative Quayle, you want to lead us in the pledge? Okay, welcome back to election law. I haven't seen, well, I guess it's been a couple weeks, but we haven't been back in a while. We're going to open up today's notice public hearing with Senate Bill 44 relative to hand counts of ballots in elections, and we will recognize Mr. Bossy for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairman Berry and members of the Election Law Committee. My name is Grant Bossy. I'm Deputy Chief of Staff over in the New Hampshire Senate, and I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 44 on behalf of Senator Kevin Avard, the bill's prime sponsor. Relatively simple bill to start your morning. This bill began as a constituent request requiring towns to conduct a hand count of an election upon the request of 100 registered voters. The Senate Election Law Committee concluded that this would duplicate the recount procedure already in place while dividing responsibility for recounts between municipalities and the Secretary of State's office. New Hampshire does elections very well, but no human endeavor is perfect. Our recount procedure does an exceptionally good job at catching inevitable errors and increasing public faith in our elections. Along those lines, the Senate Election Law Committee decided that if a voter, for whatever reason, is skeptical of the electronic ballot counting device used in their municipality, they may request, when they turn in their ballot, that it be hand counted rather than machine counted. This is similar to how a write-in vote will be sequestered for later hand counting, adding very little time and no expense at all for local election officials. SB 44 would increase confidence that every vote will be counted accurately, which is why the full Senate approved it as amended on the consent calendar. Senator Avard thanks you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 44.
Okay, and will you be taking questions from the committee?
I will. I may not be able to answer them, but I can get you an answer shortly.
Okay, are there questions from the committee?
I had one.
Representative Ward.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. When you started, you mentioned towns, so this would apply to cities as well?
Municipalities, yes.
Okay.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
And thank you, and welcome. We passed a similar bill in the House, and I think it was Rep C's bill, if I'm not mistaken. And it amended a different section of the statute than this one does. Did anybody talk about that, about which section was appropriate to amend? I mean, I think if my memory's correct, they're pretty much the same bill, but I'll let him.
I don't know the drafting history. OLS likely, the committee came up with a committee amendment, and then OLS put it where they put it.
Okay.
But if this committee feels it belongs in a different part of the law, that's a policy decision that you can make.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative C.
Oh, it's poorly written.
Thank you for taking my question. And there was actually two bills that we addressed. One of them we've retained in committee, which is HB 693, which addressed the same RSA 659-23, but just did it slightly differently. But the one question I had was it says the moderator shall deposit the ballot in the compartment. Should that maybe possibly be the voter or the moderator?
Well, I'm not sure, just going from my experience in a town with a machine count, that a voter does not have access to that compartment itself on the machine. I don't know if you'd want voters actually handling the ballot counting devices themselves, or because in my town, when you put in, say, a write-in vote, the machine will kick it over into the compartment. So I think there would be issues with having a voter actually depositing something. If a town's got a separate box, a separate compartment for hand-counted votes, then the voter could deposit it there.
Follow up. On the AccuVote machines, there's a compartment on the side of the box, which usually is accessible, depending on the layout of your voting place. In my town, it is accessible. We have the newer Voting Works machine, which has a compartment in the back, and even still, I was able to put my ballot in the back in the slot in the back. They just opened it up.
Yeah, my only concern would be whether the voter would actually have access to that compartment on all machines in all municipalities. But I don't think there'd be any particular objection on policy grounds. I think it'd just be logistics.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have anyone else. Any other pink cards? Representative Gazowski, can you grab the blue sheet? Online, there was 4 in support, 73 opposed. Is the blue sheet, she blank? No. Okay, it's worth a shot. Okay, on the blue sheet, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed, 0 in support. We will close the public hearing for Senate Bill 44, and the committee will stand in recess until 10:20. Okay. It's 10:20, so we're back. We're going to open up the public hearing for Senate Bill 212, changing references from votes to ballots in the laws regarding elections, and we will recognize Senator Rochefort for the purpose of introduction. Senator, welcome to House Election Law.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Senator David Rochefort. I represent New Hampshire Senate District 1, which is all of Coos County and the northern third of Grafton County. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 212, changing references from votes to ballots in the laws regarding elections. This bill was requested by the Secretary of State's office. There's a representative from that office here today that will answer any questions that you may have. This was requested in order to be consistent with the language used by the Secretary of State when conducting election business and recounts. So it was described to me as a technical correction. They are here to answer questions, but if you have one, I'm happy to take a stab at it, but there's far more qualified people behind me ready to speak.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Deputy Secretary of State Erin Hennessy.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Erin Hennessy. I am the Deputy Secretary of State, and Senator Rochefort was kind enough to sponsor this legislation for our office. Sometimes as you read through the election law book, the big one that Representative Quayle has in front of him, you find some inconsistencies or something that might be vague in the law. And one thing that we recently encountered when looking at election law related to recounts was the use of the word votes versus ballots cast. This would not, if you are looking between two different representative races, a representative where it's vote for up to one or a vote for not more than one, versus a race where multiple candidates will be elected, vote for up to nine will be elected. The term votes would be very different in that race versus ballots cast. So we just wanted to make the law clear where the term ballots cast, which is the number of physical ballots that were cast, which should be equal to the number of voters that voted in the election, which should also be equal to the sum of all votes in any race that you're looking at. We're hoping that this term is agreeable to you. I'm happy to go into my mathematics of it, of denominators versus numerators, if you would like. I like talking seventh grade math when it comes up. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Newsom.
Thank you. Welcome back to Election Committee. And how would undervotes be handled in this situation?
Sure. So undervotes is part of the sum of all votes equation. So when you look at sum of all votes, where if it's a vote for up to one, you take the votes for each candidate, the write-in votes, the undervotes, and the overvotes, and that's the sum of all votes. If it's a vote for, say, up to 9 candidates, you take those same things, votes for each of the candidates, plus the write-in votes, plus the undervotes, and plus the overvotes, and sum that all up, and then divide that by 9. That's the sum of all votes. So that's how undervotes is equates to ballots cast. Sum of all votes should equal the number of ballots cast and the number of voters checked in to vote.
Follow up.
In a vote for one, would a undervote being a blank still count as a ballot cast?
Yes, you are correct. It would still count as a ballot
Where in
cast.
the old language with votes, it probably would not have counted?
Thank you. No, we would still count it, but we just wanted to clarify, especially in when the calculation of fees due for recounts, or if you're eligible for a recount or not, that it is ballots cast that we're looking at and not adding up all of the votes that were voted for in a vote for up to 9 race. It should just be a single, looking at those races individually.
Further questions? Representative C.
Thank you for taking my question. I looked through here and I counted 15 places where you're making this change. Since the bill was first introduced, have you found any others?
Thank you for the question. I have not found any others, but if you find some others that should also be included, I am happy to talk to you about them.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards. Online, like flying through today. I shouldn't have said that. But let's take a look here online. 212. There was this is a hotly contested one. There was 2 in support and 2 opposed online. Everybody. And that blue sheet is blank. So, all right. With that, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 212. Just as a situational awareness, I've asked the ranking member and I've asked the vice chairman to look at this bill. We may exec this today if everyone is of agreement. So we won't do that until after lunch to give the various party leaders the opportunity to speak with their caucus. The committee will stand in recess until 10:40. Okay, it's 10:40. We're gonna get going. Going to open the public hearing for Senate Bill 218 relative to absentee ballot outer envelope. And I don't think I have a pink card for introduction. And let me see who the sponsor is. Yep, but let's see if there's anyone else that can jump on this. Nope. Okay. Oh, there's cars coming. Let me see here. Is anyone here to introduce 218? Seeing none, it is a Republican bill, so Representative Toner, I'm gonna have you do it because you do our blue sheet. I have Toner do the introductions, and no one's happy, and it's perfect.
Hello, Representative Toner. I represent Belknap. I'm Belknap 4. I'd like to introduce Senate Bill 218, and I will not be taking any questions. Good enough?
Excellent job. All right, it's a tough job. You were the man for it. First up will be Kaylee Estradio.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Berry and members of the House Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Kaylee Estradio. I'm a Durham voter and I'm the Public Policy Fellow for Open Democracy. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization representing 36,000 voters across the state of New Hampshire, and our mission is to fix our democracy, specifically in terms of campaign finance reform, redistricting, and fair and honest elections in New Hampshire. SB 218 seeks to remove the mailing envelope for absentee ballots that are turned into clerk's offices in person, as well as allows moderators or their designee to open absentee ballot outer envelopes the 4 days prior to election days with public notice of the time and place. In 2020, we allowed for pre-processing of absentee ballots, and election workers and voters were grateful for the opportunity to open the outer envelope to save time on election day, and also, most importantly, to allow voters time to cure their ballots. Pre-processing absentee ballots, which means opening envelopes and ensuring they have the correct signatures prior to election day, helps support our election officials by saving them time and allows voters to ensure that their vote is counted accurately by correcting any mistakes they make on the outer envelope. The 2022 Special Committee on Voter Confidence's final report stated that, quote, consideration should be given by the legislature to allow for the pre-processing of absentee ballots by opening the outer envelopes, as was allowed in 2020 for all elections. This worked well, aided local officials in completing their jobs, and did not affect accuracy or security, end quote. Processing absentee ballots on election day can also be a time-consuming process for election officials and lead to delayed results for the entire municipality if the process cannot be completed in its entirety before polls close. That being said, please vote. SB 218 ought to pass. By allowing voters to securely and safely vote by absentee ballot, more voters will participate in the process. Town and city clerks loved having this in prior elections, so please do what election officials request and give them this tool. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Kristen Evans.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. I am from Able, New Hampshire. My name is Kristen Evans, and I'm the Director of Policy. I wrote the wrong thing on my card, and I just want to say that Able supports this bill. That's it.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
All right.
Thank
If
you.
it's okay with you, I'm gonna
Yes,
edit.
please.
I'm gonna edit your card.
Appreciate that.
All right. Next up is Sarah Chenard.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Chenard. I'm the Voting Rights Program Manager for the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, which is a project of America Votes New Hampshire. And I'm here in support of SB 218. Kaylee said a lot of the things I was going to say, so I will keep this short. But just that these two changes make a big deal. First, absentee ballots currently are processed on election day, and allowing the additional 4 days for them to process these ballots in advance really will make more time for our election officials. And by removing the outer envelope for hand-delivered ballots, election officials will be able to catch any mistakes made ahead of time and allow the voter to correct them and have their vote counted. Additionally, the pre-processing of absentee ballots will save time on election day, support our election officials, and ensure more ballots are counted promptly and accurately. So it's a practical solution, and we think it strengthens the integrity and efficiency of our elections. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Senator Gray, we are on 218. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah. You're watching it a little faster than my watch.
No worries.
Don't use this one. Hi there. I am James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton, Gilman, and comes down Route 11 to Stratford and Rochester. This bill here, not going to tell you anything different, that this is to get so that I can look at signatures on applications for absentee ballots and compare those to the affidavits. Plain and simple, that's what this bill is supposed to do. There's a judgment out there that says you cannot compare those signatures until you have a way to correct and that they have training. The only way to correct these things is to, A, not have the outer envelope so you can see the signature, or the process of pre-processing, okay? So this bill, I need to see those signatures. I need to make sure that that happens. I can't even count how many years I was a moderator because I tried to give the job away so many times and it kept on coming back. That I have found several where signatures didn't match. Only one of those that I can remember rejecting, and that ended up being a student who went away to college before completing the affidavit for his absentee ballot. And someone, and I did speak to the mother afterward, completed that affidavit. So again, you know, moderators should not be looking for reasons to reject them. Necessarily, they should be looking for ways to accept those signatures. But there are cases where it's very plain, where it does not take a handwriting expert, where it does not take a lot of people. But to get there, I need to do away with that outer envelope every time I can. If a person votes at the town hall, the city hall, then there's no reason for the outer envelope. The outer envelope is a way to put stamps on it and an address. Okay? If they bring the ballot back, no reason for it to be on there. I don't need any stamps. I don't need an address. I'm handing it to there, and there's rules of who can hand it to you and stuff. So plain and simple, I need to be able to verify those signatures, and that's what this starts the process for.
Will you be taking questions? Are there questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Gray. Just had a quick logistical question. With the pre-processing on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and there's a marking of the checklist.
Let me just correct you on that. That it can be highlighted. It can't-
Highlighted.
Right, and there's a difference between putting any marks on it and highlighting it. So I just want to be very clear in that.
If so, occasionally, yes, thank you. We occasionally get people who have filed an application for an absentee ballot and then find themselves wanting to do an in-person vote. and they're able to come in and kind of rescind that absentee vote at that moment. Do you see the highlighting as precluding that opportunity in any way?
Absolutely not. But that is why we limit it to highlighting the check mark, the red AV, and all of that other information would be processed and put onto the checklist at that time. The highlighting allows the moderator, the clerk, whomever is actually doing the checklist to be able to find that quickly and go on about their business.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Lane, do you still have you too? Okay, Representative Lane?
Thank you. You had mentioned wanting to compare handwriting. Under this statute, what are they comparing it to? And how is that done?
This statute does not talk about the handwriting at all. What this does is gives us an opportunity to go back to the courts and say that we now have a way to cure. We're able to see the ballot. We're able to pre-process these, so there will be time to cure. But we've got to, when we actually go to the court and ask for permission to be able to compare those signatures, I have to meet those two requirements that the judge set originally. And the way to cure, this is my path to a way to cure. And then that information plus the Secretary of State's information about contacting the FBI to provide training for the signatures, that information would both go together to the courts to have them lift their requirement.
Further questions? Representative Newsom?
Thank you. Thanks for taking the question. Am I reading this right, that if there is an error noticed that would need curing, that the process would be to notify the Secretary of State? And then what responsibility does the Secretary of State's office have in providing the cure?
I don't know where you're getting that. What they're trying to do.
Page 3, line 23 and 24, as well as line 34, 33 and 34.
It's processed as directed by the Secretary of State in 23 and 24. What we're saying is that the Secretary of State, through the election manual, has a lot of different things that are in there, procedures for accomplishing the various tasks. Okay? Now,
I got you now. Thank you.
if I could
Yeah, he can finish answering his question. Thank you.
The application has information about their contact. It has phone numbers. It has email addresses. If the person is right in front of you doing it at the town hall or city, then you can ask them right there. Okay? And it's for these people that are doing this remotely, and they have provided you contact information to begin with, and you would use that contact information. If they provide a telephone and not an email address, you use the telephone. If they provide you an email and not that, then you use that. And again, the Secretary of State is the one I want to just, any further identification of that, I want him to do that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Senator Lang has the next bill, and he's in the committee, and we're going to swap places.
We will wait. All right. I don't have any other pink cards for 218. Let me just trust but verify that. Yep, that's right. Representative Gossy, can you grab the blue sheet for me? Online. Got all the general court websites up here. All right, here we go. Election law, SB 218. All right, online was 201 support, 28 opposed. We'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 218. The committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes until 11 a.m. Apologize, I didn't read the blue sheet. There was 10 in support, no in opposition.
Sign it, said you could take it. Looking forward.
Okay, it's 11 a.m. I'm going to open up the public hearing for Senate Bill 222 relative to moving the state primary date, and I'll recognize the former state representative and current Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I am Senator Tim Lang from District 2, the Lakes region. You have before you, while a very simple bill, fairly important bill. So Senate Bill 222 moves the primary to early June from September. Mr. Chair, just to be aware, I am aware of your amendment. I've read it and I have no objection to it if you should take it up. Again, we amended this in the Senate to deal with some things like nomination papers and other dates that were tied to the state primary versus the general election, and clean that up. And I think you've done some further work here, Mr. Chair, that looks good. The reason is why. Why do we want to move this? So, as elected officials, you've all been through various elections. I've served 3 terms in the House and in my second term in the Senate. My second term in the House, I served on this committee right here. And the reason is to give voters the chance. During a primary, depending and especially an open seat primary, you could have 8, 10 people running for one seat. And voters are trying to work through those people. And then you have the primary in September, and now the voter has to learn somebody else. And they only have 60 days to do it. And so the goal is strictly to allow the voter to be able to have more time to vet their candidate that's actually going to be on the November ballot. Up until September, they're voting on who's going to be in the primary. And again, it can be a very big field that they're trying to look through, and they may not have looked at the person who ultimately won the primary. And this just gives the voter more time. And that's strictly what it's about. Allow voters more time to be able to vet candidates and decide which of the candidates that are actually going to be on the November ballot, represent them here in Concord or down in DC, to be able to vet it and do more vetting.
Okay. Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you for taking my question. I noticed on the item for people doing nomination papers that you got 3 of the 4 deadlines that they have to do. Would you be amenable to adjusting the deadline or the time period for filing the declaration of candidacy, which currently is during the filing period?
Again, if it makes the bill better, I have no objection to that.
Thank you.
Representative Lane.
Thank you and welcome back, Senator.
Connie.
We've gone back and forth on this for years, but the thing that comes up often is, I call it voter fatigue or voter exhaustion, particularly in towns, because they're going to have town meetings and then they're going to have this, and then it's just one thing after another. And so that by the time you get to November, I think they're going to be really tired, and how many are really going to pay attention in the summer? So I don't know if you discussed this in the Senate or how you come down on that topic.
It was a discussion. Again, we're not adding a new vote, a new election here. The election is just when that election occurs. And I recognize your choice is going to be back to back with town meeting or back to back with the general election. That's your choice, right? It's still going to be the same, right? We still have a back to back election cycle that happens. The idea was to give the voter a bigger gap of time to deal with the most important decisions: who's going to represent them actually in Concord and the name that's on the ballot. And so we felt that larger gap should occur between the primary and the general versus the March election and the September election. So it was agreed. Again, I know that August was discussed. August was kind of a non-starter because people are on vacation, right? During this, kids aren't in school, and so they're not on vacation the second week in August. So we felt that was not a good time to have it, because that's when parents do wind down and take their kids off to Six Flags to have a good week of vacation time or whatever. So the June deadline, the second Tuesday in June, kids are still in school in our state. So the parents are in town, they're here, they're engaged. People aren't off on vacation. So that's why the June deadline was selected.
Further questions? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Hi, nice to have you back.
Hey, Captain.
So there's a lot of talk about college students and the difficulty that college students may have. Can you talk about that in regards to this bill? Will there be any trouble for college students in their schedule?
Again, if you're in the state, you vote. If you're not in the state, you don't vote. And if you consider your home residence, you're not going to be in the state, you can request an absentee ballot. I think we have a pretty established process for that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards. Representative Gazowski, can you grab that blue sheet online? There were 14 in support, 5 opposed, 1 neutral. Of note, of those 14 in support, 9 of them came from Hanover, New Hampshire. So, just interesting. That is, yes, that would be Representative Muirhead's district, yes. Some people think it should be in Vermont. There was only one person on the blue sheet signed up who didn't speak, and they were opposed. With that, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 222, and we will stand in recess until 11:20.
So
Okay, it's 11:20. We'll start back up. Going to open the public hearing for Senate Bill 103 FN local relative to the number of polling stations that are available for certain towns. And we will recognize Senator Murphy for the purpose of introduction. Senator Murphy, welcome to House Election Law.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. Nice to see you all. Senate Bill 103, when it was introduced over in the other chamber, had a requirement essentially that there'd be one polling place for every 20,000 registered voters unless Secretary of State's office were to grant an exemption. The Senate committee and then the full body amended 15,000 or 20,000 down to 15,000 and added a number of criteria for the Secretary of State's office or the AG to consider when deciding whether to grant that exemption. The impetus for this was that you may recall on Election Day last year, there was one particular town that had very, very long waits to get to the polls. People were waiting hours to get to a parking spot and then to get into the building. And I don't want to necessarily mention the name of the town, but I suspect they may be here to speak to this. As the bill was drafted, only that one town would have been affected. As the Senate amended it, I believe we now have 3 or 4 towns that would be affected. But there is an exemption process in place. Essentially, the idea is that more polling places would equal less of a wait, and the last thing we want to do is deter people from voting. So it does only apply to presidential election years. It wouldn't apply to midterms. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you for taking my question. One of the things, and we discussed this on a bill earlier in the season, was the confusion that can be had when polling places are changed, because we had a bill that would require, I think it was 60-day notice or something like that. So we were concerned at that time about having each election be the same precincts for each election, just to keep the confusion down. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Obviously, a town could, or a city could, maintain the same number of election places and the same exact polling places for midterm elections as it would for presidential elections. Nothing in the bill requires them to change that number from, one election to the next. But having said that, towns and cities change their polling places on a regular basis. In my current polling place, my Ward 1 in Manchester has changed its place at least twice in the last few years that I've lived there. So I don't think there's anything unusual about that. And in fact, I believe that the town in question has, in fact, in the past, changed polling places as well. So I don't think that with enough notice that would be an obstacle. As it is, every time we redistrict every 10 years, those cities and towns that have multiple polling places routinely move the lines from ward to ward or district to district or precinct to precinct, however they label it. So people routinely go from one to the other. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Follow up?
Follow up.
One of the things that I was a little concerned about is maybe there should be a provision included to for towns that are not compliant right now to make a plan to become compliant.
I would welcome that amendment. I don't have a problem with that. This isn't meant to be a burden to a community. It's all about helping people get to the polls and vote in an easier fashion. If you would like to push out the effective date or give towns more time to comply with the requirements, I would welcome that.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Lane?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. There's no deadline there's no deadline for either submission of the plan or for the return by the Secretary of State. Was that discussed, or is that something you might have an opinion on?
Thank you for the question. As I submitted the bill, it basically was the first 7 lines of the bill. And lines 8 through 21 were amended in committee. So I would say lines 8 through 21 are the lines to put in any sort of application deadline and return deadline. And again, I think that's a reasonable suggestion, and I wouldn't object to that at all.
May I
Yep.
One more.
Follow up.
Thank you. And there also, there's no penalties. So if a town doesn't do this, what happens?
If the town didn't do this, I believe that a voter would have to take the town to file an action in court to force them to do this going forward, or the Secretary of State's office has a tradition of taking moderators that don't comply to task. I think we've seen instances of that. I think that would be the right recourse. I'm not looking to put moderators in jail for refusing to
Nor am I.
to comply.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Oh, Representative Harvey Bolvia, excuse me.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Real quick, i- if you, how would this work as far as like the vote counting and voting machines? Are we gonna buy an extra voting machine or borrow another district's voting machine? Or is that...
Well, many towns already have multiple polling locations. So if you have a town of 20, in this case now 15,000 people as amended, 15,000 voters, that town has multiple voting machines. And so the idea is they would simply they should have enough voting machines to handle that volume of people. They would just take one or two or whatever number of machines they would need to a different location if necessary, and the voters would go to that location, and each location would print out their totals, post them as they do now in some towns, and they'd be combined for multiple town-wide elections.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up is Dan Healy from Derry.
Dan Healy. I'm a Derry resident, so this bill would affect me and my community, and I'm here to speak on it as myself. I believe that the control should remain with the local officials. They're the ones that know their community the best. Many communities have schools that are all grouped together. In Derry, where I live, we have the 2 middle schools and the high school. They all kind of flow towards the traffic circle. So even with multiple polling locations, you're still going to get all that traffic kind of grouped in the same area. A lot of communities too don't have another location that they might be suitable to hold an election. If you look at some of the RSAs, the selectmen, RSA 658:9, the selectmen are responsible for finding suitable polling locations. And then it would be confusing to residents if you keep switching. If for a local election you're at one place and a state election you're at another place, it's going to be confusing. No matter how many notices go out, people still show up at older locations. And then my last point is that it's going to cost my community extra money when you have to staff multiple locations. You don't just split the staff in half. As you know, there needs to be a clerk, a moderator, there needs to be all those other people there. It's going to cost additional money. So I'll be open to any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Purnell O'Brien.
Thank you. I'm looking at the requirements of this bill, and I know that in our community of Derry, that it's a balancing act, like you were talking about, all the things that you consider. Were there any things on this bill that you did not do prior to the elections where we have had some difficulty with what we were discussing? You discussed the traffic flow, but was there anything that is new to you in here that maybe would improve things, or how do you feel about that?
The only thing that is newer is the addition of the poll books, and as you know, in Derry, they already use the poll pads. That's the only thing that I see that's really an addition. But again, it should stay with the local control, with the selectman, the clerk, the moderator making that decision. They're the ones that know the community best. With all due respect to the Secretary of State's office, they don't know every community where a secondary location would be. So.
Further questions? Yeah, I have one. So if it took 3 hours to vote in Derry, are you saying the state would have no responsibility to step in?
No, what I'm saying, then at that point, that would be up to the Attorney General's office. So I don't recall Derry taking 3 hours, but if it did, as you know, the current procedures, I believe, is 30 minutes if you're just voting and 45 minutes if you're registering and then going to vote. So it would have to be within that time frame. I think if you're well beyond that, that's when the Attorney General's office would get involved and then issue a violation. And what they, I've noticed they've done in the past is give a plan or have the community provide a plan to them for improvement on the next election.
Okay, so just we're on the same page. So the Attorney General, that's the state, right? So I guess we're of the same agreement that, and maybe Derry is not specific, let's just say more globally.
Yeah.
If it takes too long to vote, you would agree that the state has, at a certain point, we can argue what that point is, the state has an obligation to step in.
Yes, the Attorney General's office currently. And I know the next community over for me in Londonderry, all their schools are right on Mammoth Road. They're all grouped together. So, if they had any issues, I think they would run into a similar problem where, the high school's over here and the middle school's over there. So the traffic is still going to be all kind of in the same area.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Deputy Secretary of State Hennessy.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, honorable members. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. Thank you for allowing me to testify on this bill. The Secretary of State is the chief election officer in the state for state and federal elections, and so we are very involved in the election process. We do have a concern if a polling place is having what the chair said, a 3-hour wait time to obtain your ballot or register, obtain your ballot, and cast your ballot. We believe that the language of this bill is very easy for a polling place that is currently a large one. For example, the Derry polling place was mentioned. I believe they already do all of this information. They've had issues in the past, as the representative from Derry alluded to, and have addressed those. I personally went to the polling place recently in a state election, and it is a very large polling place. I think it's one of the largest polling places in the country, and they've done a great job at getting voters in and out, given the constraints of the traffic and the route that people have to take and the parking and the number of people. So I applaud the town clerk and the moderator there and the select board and all of the town residents who have done a great job at trying to expedite voters through the process. I just want to point out that the methodology that was noted by the New Hampshire Municipal Association when they said that this would affect Concord, Derry, Dover, Hudson, Keene, Manchester, Merrimack, Nashua, Portsmouth, Rochester, and Salem is inaccurate because the majority of those locations have wards. And as many of you know, if you are from a city and you have a ward, many times that ward may have 2,500 voters or 3,500 voters. So this is not going to affect our wards in the state. It just affects very few polling locations that would be 15,000 registered voters or more. Currently, many of those already have additional polling locations. So again, if they were to choose to go down to one, that would be something that the Attorney General's and the Secretary of State's office would want to know, because there may be issues that a new moderator or clerk or select board may not be aware of in the setup and the running of an election process if they chose to go from 2 polling locations to 1. So we would want to weigh in on that process to prevent any voters from being disenfranchised by long wait times. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions? I have one. So looking over the fiscal note that the New Hampshire Municipal Association prepared, they say it could cost up to $100,000 for an additional polling location. That just, is that based in reality, or because that just seems it just seems like an outlandish number?
I don't know the methodology they used to create this fiscal note, or what. I imagine what they may have been thinking if they read it to look at Manchester or Nashua. Perhaps that's what they were thinking, but I do not know if they just. I don't know. Sorry, sir. But I do want to. One thing I forgot to add. When you are looking at how far ahead to notice voters of a polling location, 658.1 is the warrant for an election. So it would probably be an appropriate place in that law to, if you're going to change it, that's where it probably should go.
And any other questions? I have another one. So did the as you guys know, this is actually something that I've been on this for a while. Has the Secretary of State's office received complaints about the length of time it takes to vote in some of these larger locations?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have received complaints about locations where there are long wait times. In the past, what we do is we send somebody from our office, if possible, or somebody from the AG's office. We get on the phone with the moderator to figure out, is there anything they can do to, if there's long check-in times, can they reallocate poll pads from one process in the election to checking in voters. If there are excessively long lines to cast your ballot, once you've already voted, we have a process that they can follow where they can set up an additional ballot box, a secure ballot box to cast their ballot in. So we definitely take notice of this. We do get complaints in our office. The AG's office does get complaints, and we immediately try and work with the moderator at the polling location to figure out how they can expedite the voters through the process.
Any further questions, Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Does the election law manual speak to those contingency plans?
Sorry, I'm having, would have to look and see. I believe that it might, but I would have to look and see that if it does or not.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Prim O'Brien?
Thank you. Without picking on any one single community, have there been times when there are plans for elections being made when you are in discussion with local officials and you give advice to them about how they can best run their election, and those election officials have completely ignored it, and then the elections become very long and you get many complaints? Have there been times when election officials have chosen to not take your advice, is my question, and then problems ensued?
Thank you. I would have to get back to you. I would ask Secretary Scanlon that question. He's been around a lot longer than I have in the role, so.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards, I think. Oh, one more bonus. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I do have one. I apologize. Miss Guilford, it was over here. It didn't get put to the left. I apologize.
Tina Guilford, Derry Town Clerk. Good morning to the committee, Chairman Berry. We have had multiple tries at trying to figure out how to vote in Derry. Back in 2016, presidential election, we had 3 polling places where we had nothing but traffic and long lines of waiting. In 2018, we tried 2 polling places. Traffic, long lines, and waiting. 2020 was the COVID year. We went to 1 polling place. We still had some traffic, but we also had long lines and waiting. That is what prompted our community to go to the poll pad. 2022, we had long lines and traffic, no lines in check-in. We had a polling location on Hampstead Road that was probably not the best for a higher than expected turnout. We sat down with the Attorney General's office and the Secretary of State's office And then internally, we made a traffic plan. We've done a lot to assist in getting out the word and getting voters informed. All the places that we have that would be suitable for voting, that have a space for voting, don't really have the parking. Our middle schools, one has 148 parking spaces. The other one has 98 parking spaces. It was always a struggle when we had multiple polling places to find a place to park. Well, if you can't park your car, you can't come in. So we vote at Pinkerton Academy now, and we have 1,200 parking spots. I am certain there are probably some people who waited a couple of hours. Our polls open at 7 a.m. They lined up at 5 a.m. I don't know what to say to that. That is a choice. I can tell you that when we opened at 7, we had a line. By 8:05, the line had cleared, and we had processed almost 1,900 voters in the first hour. I have no problem with requiring the presence of polling books and the number of ballot counting machines. We are already required to have a certain number of booths. We are already required to have a lot of things. My issue comes on whether or not to approve this submitted plan. We really, in Derry, just do not have locations to go and vote. I mean, I've done everything from looking at the sports zone location to looking at what is now LaBelle. I've looked at Birchwood Vineyards, like places that the town could rent. I can tell you that working before I became elected, I was elected as the moderator in 2020 and then became the town clerk in 2022. But prior to that, I was already working elections in Derry. I had people call me an unelected stooge because I was running a polling place and I was not elected. That's what happens in a town. Unlike in a city where you have wards and you elect ward moderators, ward clerks, and ward selectmen, you have to appoint people to do that job in other places. And I think the people in Derry want the people they elect to be the people running their polling place. And while I know that there's traffic, and I have spoken to thousands of people in my town. They come into town hall, they call, they email. They all say, yeah, there was a little bit of traffic, Tina, but once we parked the car, we were in and out in 15 minutes. And that was the thing. We did not have long lines when you were waiting for your ballot. Even registering to vote, the longest that line took was about 45 minutes. And we had 28 voter registration stations. The beauty of Pinkerton Academy is that the gymnasium is huge. So we can, we definitely have space in there. We have 2 entrances, 1 exit. And back when we had multiple polling places, we had a lot of confusion. I can't tell you how many people in 2016 and in 2018 we turned away from one polling location to tell them to go somewhere else. And we have districts in our town, and people don't even know what district they're in. They don't know where to go vote. They get very confused. People really like voting at Pinkerton Academy. We put messaging, we have a whole message plan. We put message boards all over town, and we're happy to do whatever needs to be done. I just don't know that we should have to submit plans and get approval. I think if you want to require a certain number of poll books, check-in stations, ballot counting devices, that's fine. makes me nervous that we might be at the whims of someone who just doesn't want to approve it and just wants to force us to go to multiple places when we don't have suitable places. And if you come to Derry any day between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. and you come off 93 on exit 4, you're going to hit traffic if you're trying to get to the Rotary. It doesn't matter. You will wait in traffic. It'll take you 20 to 30 minutes just to get there. We live with traffic every day. And we'll see what happens when exit 4A comes. I don't know if it will alleviate traffic. I certainly hope so, because it looks like it's going to be huge. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Prima O'Brien.
Thank you very much for taking my question. I think you, I think you're the unsung heroes of our elections and the moderators and clerks. But I want to ask if you think that this would encourage you to do anything that you're not already doing.
I don't know that there's anything else I can do, because the Senate made a whole list, because there was not a list on the bill when the bill was first written, and they have yet to come up with something that we aren't doing. But I am happy to take suggestions. I just don't know that another polling place is an answer for Derry.
Further questions? Okay. So I have two things. One's more of a statement, which is, as you know, I've been about this for a while. I've actually never heard bad things about Derry. I've actually visited your polling location, and from the times I've been there, I think I've been there 2 or 3 times while you were operating. I think actually while you've been moderator and clerk, it's always been wonderful. So I didn't sponsor this bill, but just as a kind of general statement, I think Derry is well done. And to my question about that is, if Derry is well done, as I am asserting, and I would assume you would assert as well, the Secretary of State could obviously just approve Derry as is, and Derry would be fined, right?
Correct. Okay. My concern is that you could get a different administration, you could get different ideologies, and now you're at the whims of something that is completely out of your control.
Okay. All right. Further questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you. And last up is Sarah Burt Cohen with the NHMA.
Good morning still, everyone. My name is Sarah Burt Cohen. I am from the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We are here to oppose SB 103. I'm going to try not to repeat everything that our friends at Derry have said. Currently, the statute allows for the local municipality to determine its need for polling sites or additional polling sites. We think that should continue to rest in the town. They know their voter turnout. They know what it looks like. They know what their town traffic patterns look like. In fact, the election procedure manual that's put out by the Secretary of State's office goes through what selectmen have to do to determine whether a polling place is appropriate for voting, including looking at traffic patterns, parking, etc. There are additional costs to polling places. To a previous question by the chair relative to the Municipal Association's fiscal note, I will tell you that the LBA requires you to choose between when you have indeterminable amounts of less than 10,000 or 10,000 to 100,000 or over 100,000. So the Municipal Association, because this is an indeterminable amount, we hypothesized that it would likely be over $10,000, and so it would fall into the bucket of $10,000 to $100,000 to answer that question. Relative to the rest of our fiscal note, we do acknowledge that our fiscal note actually says that the 2024 general election shows that the following communities had more than 20,000 registered voters. We acknowledge that the cities listed on there and many of the towns on there actually have different, have either wards or precincts. We were listing out how many registered voters were in that town. Now, if you want to go off of that, as this has been amended, this will likely apply to, is the whole building vibrating? Maybe they're putting in the pipe. Okay. I was having a little bit of a heart attack, like, oh my God. Sorry about that. I don't usually get distracted by that, but I was like, am I going to Anyways, what? It is, isn't it? Okay. Whew. I thought I was. Oh yeah, yeah. Anyways, so looking at the number of towns and the amendment to this bill, so this would actually, if it passed, apply to the town of obviously Derry, Londonderry, Bedford. Hampton is fairly close to that 15,000 marker, as is Goffstown, and likely Hooksett. And we've heard from Milford as well that they could be close to the 15,000. I think that part of the issue here, as has been spoken, is it's the municipalities that know best what their needs are, as has been testified and stated by the chair. Derry does know what its needs are. It knows what its traffic pattern looks like. It knows what is available to it. Going back to cost for a moment, if they have to rent a facility, that is going to be an additional cost that could be quite costly depending on where they need to go. So with all of that said, and in conjunction with what Derry has stated about the issues with this bill, NHMA opposes it. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions from the committee? I'll pose you the same question I posed Mr. Healy, which is not naming a town specifically, but if it takes too long to vote, does the state have a duty to step in and fix the problem?
The short answer to that is the municipalities are equipped to answer that problem, and you would hope they would answer that problem. Do they have a duty to inform the municipality, hey, we've gotten complaints, like the Assistant Secretary of State said, hey, we've gotten complaints about this town, and we go to that moderator to fix those complaints. Do they have that duty? I would say probably that duty to inform we were receiving complaints, because sometimes voters don't always complain to the municipality itself. They're looking at the chief that's involved, that is in charge of the elections, and they see that as the Secretary of State. So a complaint could go in there. Does the Secretary of State, should they keep those complaints to themselves? No. Should they share them with the municipality so the municipality can do its duty and go back through what the election procedure manual says and what statutory requirements are available? Yeah.
So, any other questions? So if they don't, right? If they just say, no, we're not going to do that, and it takes 3 hours to vote somewhere, which, by the way, it did take 2 hours to vote in some places in New Hampshire in this last election, just so you know. And they don't. Are you, as the official position of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, that the state should not step in and that only the moderator should make that decision? If the moderator says nothing needs to change, it may take 2 to 3 hours to vote. That's the position of the NHMA.
Well, with regard to SB 103, there is no penalty for not abiding by it. So towns could still not have a second polling place.
Okay. I'm not going to press the issue anymore. Is there any other questions? All right. Thank you. I don't have any other pink cards online. Online. We're running a little bit behind, which I should have known for. But online, oops, it didn't generate the count. Hold on. It does this every now and then where it doesn't generate the count on the first rip. All right, online was 146 in support, 51 opposed, no neutral. On the blue sheet, signed up and not speaking was 3 in opposition. With that, we will close the public hearing on SB 103. I apologize that we're running behind. We don't normally do that. We will open up the public hearing for SB 43, removal of articles of clothing for the definition of electioneering. And we will recognize the former state representative and current Senator Lang for the purpose of introduction. Welcome back to election law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am still Senator Tim Lang. I'm still from District 2. Nothing has changed in the last 30 minutes to an hour, I guess. Before you is a bill that just seeks to clarify a law. We have a prohibition on wearing apparel in our polling place. Supreme Court has ruled in 2016 through a Minnesota law that wearing of apparel in a polling place while in the act of voting is considered a free speech argument. You're allowed to do it. So the argument is that over the simply the definition of electioneering. I will say when I originally introduced the bill, I had amended the wrong section of law, and I worked with the Secretary of State, and an amendment was put in, and what you have before you is the Senate amended version, which amends the right section of law. And it just says that, again, if a person is actively and expeditiously engaging in the process of voting, what they're wearing doesn't matter. This is also to counter, we had a situation last year, the year before, during election cycle, when a moderator decided to enforce this law and told a young lady that she couldn't wear that shirt, and the young lady promptly took her shirt off in the middle of the polling place with nothing on underneath, which created a whole different problem. But again, this law is a little as a moderator, I follow the Supreme Court decision and I let people, as long as they're not loitering and hanging out in the polling place and they're in the act of voting, they're standing in line waiting to get their ballot and taking their ballot to the ballot box, to the polling area or voting area to be able to vote in the area, and then bringing it to the moderator and deposit it in the ballot box and walking out the door. We don't enforce this law because it's, again, the person's in the act of voting. They're not campaigning. They're not electioneering. They're strictly there to vote, and that's their constitutional right. And so I brought this law, brings it in alignment with the Supreme Court decision in Minnesota, and it allows for, again, we don't take the right of someone to vote away or make it more burdensome than it needs to be. So I'd ask you to support the bill.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you, and welcome back again. So this is only when they're voting, is that correct?
Correct. They have to be actively and expeditiously voting, not loitering in the polling place.
May I have a follow-up?
Yes.
So I assume that observers would not be able to wear paraphernalia.
I would say that's correct.
Thank you.
They're going to be loitering in the polling place and be there for a long period of time if they want to.
But if they're, I'm sorry, again, if they're observing, they're not loitering, they're doing what they're supposed to do. I just want to make it clear that we don't have a lot of people observing wearing.
But they're not actively engaging or expeditiously engaging in voting. They're doing something else, which therefore.
Thank you.
I would just say that the moderators of our state, I think, are more than capable of handling this. We have some great moderators. I just happen to be one of them.
We have some excellent moderators, but the jury's out on you.
Stop looking at the wall, Representative.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Lang, for taking my question. You're referring to this or implementing that it's the First Amendment issue?
Correct. So in 2018, the Mansky case, I believe it was, went to SCOTUS under the Roberts Court, and the Minnesota had a similar law to New Hampshire's that says you can't wear apparel while voting, and that law was struck down on a 7-2 decision by the U.S. Supreme Court and said that it violates First Amendment privilege.
So based on that, a follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a follow-up. So First Amendment, so is there anything that they couldn't have on their shirt, or they could have anything on their shirt?
The court didn't address that. They addressed the Minnesota law that talked about political speech. And so, again, it ruled 7-2 that the absolute prohibition of political speech while any engage in voting, and the remedy being that the person is not allowed to vote and has to leave and either cover or change or do something else, was a violation of free speech.
One last question.
Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, this is just political speech from what you said. I just wanted to be clear how I'm looking at this.
I could wear a Nike shirt if I wanted to. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Wear a lot of things. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. I think I do have a pink card for this. Kaylee Estradio.
Good morning again. Thank you, Chairman Berry and members of the House Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Kaylee Estradio. I'm a Durham voter and public policy fellow with Open Democracy. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit representing 36,000 voters across the state. And today I'm submitting testimony in opposition to SB 43. This regulation was written into state law for a reason. New Hampshire takes great pride in its high levels of voter turnout, which is reflected in voter enthusiasm both in and outside of the polling place on election day. And while in a perfect world, each voter would swiftly enter the polling place, cast their votes, and be on their way, we know that people realistically tend to linger and chat for a lot longer than they're wanted. And this can slip through the cracks of moderators' purview. I see the potential for the repeal of this provision to cause unnecessary drama on election days. The verbiage expeditiously used in the amendment to describe the fashion in which the process of registering and voting must be carried out also leaves too much room for interpretation. Election officials are tasked with maintaining the integrity and efficiency of the voting process, and adding the additional burden of navigating ambiguous or contentious situations detracts from their primary responsibilities. Don't pass this because someone from your side was asked to remove an article of clothing this past election. No matter how trivial an article of clothing may be viewed as to some, the last thing New Hampshire needs is to repeal a law that would foster more polarization in our communities. Populist candidates can be of both parties, and voting is an important civic duty, and the polling place should be free of the chaos that electioneering, unfortunately, so often brings with it. Please vote ITL on SB 43. Thank you, and I'll take questions if there are any.
Okay, are there questions? Yes, Representative Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Have you read the Minnesota Voting Alliance versus Munski decision?
I have not, no.
It's online. I would recommend you read it. It lays out the criteria that they're talking about, and it takes care of a lot of the I think it would clarify some of the issues that you're raising.
Okay, I have a question. Actually, I'm actually kind of surprised you guys are opposing this. So it's the position of open democracy. You'd rather turn the voter away. I'm just because Ms. Zink is shaking her head, and I don't want to put words in her mouth. You can see where I'm being confused, right?
Our position is not to turn the voter away. Our position is that election polling places should be nonpartisan. You should not allow electioneering in the zone of casting your ballot. Once voter has a ballot in their hand and is going to the booth, there should be no electioneering in that zone.
Okay, so I guess I'll read the question. So if the voter can't take it off, right? Or I guess in this case, she had no problem doing that. But let's just say let's say we get somebody who's slightly more modest. Wouldn't that, I don't want to put the words in your mouth, but wouldn't that then make your position to turn the voter away?
I think it's perfectly okay to say, please go to the restroom and put your t-shirt inside out. Please take a button off. Please take your hat off. We want to keep this area free from electioneering so that people can cast their civic duty without any partisan information in that zone.
Okay, Representative Muirhead is piqued by my inquiry.
Ms. Zink, I have a question. Would you endorse the following scenario? A couple of years ago, I went in to vote in the Hanover, New Hampshire, voting
for now.
And I had on I was overly enthusiastic, and I was wearing only one layer up top, a t-shirt that said Annie Custer for Congress on it. And as I stepped in, the moderator almost tackled me. Rightly so, because I think Secretary Scanlon was on the other side of the room, but or the Attorney General's office or something. But anyway, they gave me an orange vest to wear over the T-shirt, so as to cover up that you might wear if you're working traffic duty or something. And then I proceeded to vote. Would Open Democracy approve of that kind of intervention, minus the tackling, of course?
Yes, orange vest or a sweatshirt or any, if you have an apron and anything that could cover that, the electioneering material. And also, if Annie Custer's name, or if you were going to vote on a ballot that Annie Custer's name wasn't on, then you could probably wear that if it was a town election. But it's saying that any candidate whose name is on the ballot should not be, you're not advertising for them while voting. Like this zone of voting is protected, and we can free speech is something that you can't yell fire in a crowded building. We can limit people's ability to speak in certain zones. And I think this is what we're saying here is that the current law says when we're voting, it's a nonpartisan space. And we just want to keep that nonpartisan.
Further question. I do appreciate, by the way, the explanation. It wasn't meant as a line of attack. Genuinely, I was surprised. Just genuinely surprised. Okay. Any other questions, Representative Ward?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Would you believe in Portsmouth we have very stylish white polo shirts that we give people?
Oh, I would believe that they're,
Exactly.
Probably in Portsmouth, they're probably name brand. Any other questions? All right. See, yeah, a little polo. All right. Going to close I don't have any other pink cards. I'm going to close the public hearing. And can you grab me the blue sheet for Senate Bill 43? We are running about 5 minutes behind, and I know that the caucuses want to meet to discuss the potential on voting on some of these bills. So we won't start back up until probably 1:10. Let's say 1:10 to be safe. So I'll see you guys. We'll get this stuff, and we'll see you at 1:10. Miss Sink, you spoke, so I'm not gonna count you on the blue sheet since you spoke. So blue sheet's blank. And then online was 8 in support, 175 opposed, and we will close the public hearing, and I will see you guys back at 1:10. Yeah. All right. That looks like my wallet. Yeah, I'll take that wallet back. Wait a minute. No, it's not my wallet. No, it does look like my wallet. All right. Yeah, so many wallets. We'll open the public hearing back up for Senate Bill 16, requiring municipalities to post a copy of election return forms on their websites and in public locations. And we will welcome back Senator James Gray.
Well, thank you. My name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton and Gilmanton, goes down Route 11 to Stratford and Rochester. This was a constituent request. One of the towns in my district, because of the time that they were spending on other things, it was difficult for them to get the final votes up on the website. And so that's what this bill does.
Okay. Will you be taking questions?
If you have questions, I certainly try to answer them.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, that's easy. Thank you, Senator. Let's see if we have any from here. We do not. So that's it. Senator Gosowski, can you grab the blue sheet for Senate Bill 16, which I imagine is very blank? And online, there was 8 in support, 175 opposed. There's no way that's right. No. Yeah. Yeah, I refuse to read that number. All right, here we go. 139 in support, 2 opposed, 0 neutral. And there was one person signed up on this, so my apologies, and they are for it on the blue sheet. So with that, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 16 and do some math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we can vote on this if you're good to go, Representative Lane. Okay. All right. We are going to enter a period of executive session on Senate Bill 16. I will move that Senate Bill 16 be ought to pass. Is there a second? Representative Weary seconds. We're now in discussion on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 16. Let the clerk get caught up here. Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 16? Hearing no discussion, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 16.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chairman Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Pudoma Bryan? Yes. Clerk says yes. Can you hear me? Wait. Representative Weary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Harvey Valia? Yes. Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Gozowski,
Yes.
Representative Toner,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Ward. Yes, sorry. I'm just, yep. Okay, sorry about that. And he's not here. Nope. Representative Wilhelm,
Yes.
Representative Newsom.
Yes.
I'd like to vote.
Oh, yes. And Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of ought to pass carries on a vote of 14-0. Am I math right?
14-0.
Okay.
We're correct.
Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on consent calendar, and I will handle the committee report. The committee will stand in recess until 1:20. All right, it's 1:20. We're going to open back up the public hearing. We're going to start back up with Senate Bill 45, clarifying the placement of advertising signs on state-owned property, a personal favorite topic of mine. And we recognize Senator James Gray for the purpose of introduction.
Well, thank you. My name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton and Gilmanton, comes down Route 11 to Stratford and Rochester. There's been a lot of discussion about political signs, okay? And NHMA also pointed out that my statement in the Senate may have been a little bit not factual. But what we've had is a problem between the way the sentences were in the old language, that they couldn't tell whether they were talking about municipal or I should say state property, or they were talking about other property owned by someone else, and what was and what wasn't. So I had some discussions with the Attorney General and tried to come up with this, broke it out. It's just one paragraph into, multiple paragraphs and all that good stuff. What I originally wanted was that if you had a sign and you had the abutting property, that you could put that sign in a state right of way, but the sign couldn't be bigger than, and it had to be at least no further than. And the Attorney General said, "No, you don't really want to do that." And so I can wait for that if I need it later. But this does clarify the way the statute is written right now, that, if somebody puts a sign out in front of your house on the state road, do you have the right to take it down? Actually, when state law the way it is, you don't really have the right to take it down. But this doesn't improve on that, but you could request one of the people who do have the ability to take the sign down to take it down. The error in my talk, apparently, when I talked about the municipalities, and apparently the Secretary of State got me to take that stuff out and only talk about the state roads in here. Most of the signs that you see that's on a state road are illegal, okay? They are not put there by the abutter. They have a problem with whether the land is in fee, or whether you actually own the rights and all of that stuff. And so this was cut down to pretty much try to eliminate all that stuff and only talk about the state roads. We'll let the municipalities worry about the municipalities as we go along. Certainly Rochester, where I live, is very stringent on where signs can be in the municipality. Don't allow any signs on the municipal roads or right-of-ways at all. And in fact, if you have one out in front of your own house, they could even, or have in the past, I should say, shown up and say, well, if you want to keep that sign, you have to move it 2 feet back towards your house so that you are not in the right-of-way. But again, the original bill went further. This bill does not. It only talks about this. And I'd be happy to do whatever I can to help you understand it.
All right, questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Was there anything in particular that was added, a different requirement from just restructuring the original?
Not anything that I can remember in particular that I added. The stuff that I added, because of the Attorney General's office, they wanted me to take back out. If I start talking about, from the property line or from the road distances and all of that, depends on whether the land was bought in fee or whether, so there's a difference between whether you own those rights to that. You've got to remember that, our history is that, I wanted to go to the Jones house. So I made a road, a path, and that turned into a road and whatever. But a lot of those things, the actual people own to the center of that road or some portion of the road. All right. So you don't want to take away their rights to be able to put a sign there. And that's where part of the base of this bill comes is what are your rights? And so if you can get permission of the owner, what the law says right now is the same as this, is that, on the state road, go for it.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Just to clarify, your understanding of the existing law at 664-17 is that anybody can put a sign on a state-owned right, on a state-owned right-of-way?
In front of their property.
Oh, in front of
When
their
they
own
ha-
property.
When they have an adjacent property, it can be put there. Other than that, you can't do it. It's not your property. All these corners that you have on state-owned property that you put your signs up on, they're illegal today, okay? And they would still be illegal under this. Is it enforced? No. And would it be enforced? Probably not. But again, what we're trying to do is to clarify what the law said before, and that is, on state property, you can't do it. On your own property, you can do whatever you want as long as you get the owner's permission.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't think I have any other pink cards for Senate Bill 45. So, Representative Gosowski, if you could grab that for me. And then online, we had Barn Burner again, 4 in support, 3 opposed. What's that blue sheet look like, Representative? Nothing on the blue sheet. We will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 45. We will re-enter a period. Oh, actually, before I do that, let me check with. Hey. Okay, we're going to open the executive session on House Bill 212. I just sent the amendment around, so in order to discuss the bill, we have to have a motion. So I'm going to, Representative Lane, I'm going to make the motion. I'm not saying I'm calling the vote. I'm just going to make the motion so we can discuss the bill. So I'm going to move Senate Bill 212 be ought to pass. Is there a second? Representative C seconds. I'm going to move Amendment 2025-1695H to Senate Bill 212. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Kosowski seconds. We're now on discussion of the amendment, so I'll speak to the amendment. Representative Ward gets credit for finding this. There was some awkward language in the original bill that talked about votes of a ballot on a ballot, which didn't really make sense. So I changed it to be ballots cast for that party in the state primary election instead of ballots cast on the state primary election ballot, which didn't make really much sense. I did send this over to Deputy Secretary Hennessy, and she did just get back to me and said she says, "Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree," was what she wrote to me. So that's the amendment. That's the only change I made, and it was just awkward language that Representative Ward found and took the opportunity to amend a Senate bill. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Absolutely, you can have a minute. Do you want me to stand in recess for like 2 minutes? Okay, we'll be in recess until 1:32. All right, we're back. Yep, don't want to know. Don't want to know. Don't. Thank you. Thank you. Your service is appreciated. Your service is appreciated. All right, we're still on discussion of the amendment 2025-1695H to Senate Bill 212. Representative Lane, have you had the opportunity to review the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Are you comfortable with us taking the vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on on adopting amendment 2025-1695H to Senate Bill 212? Hearing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on adopting amendment 2025-1695H to Senate Bill 212.
Vice Chairman Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo Ryan,
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia. Yep. Representative C,
Yes.
Representative Gosowski,
Yes.
Representative Toner,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm,
Yes.
Representative Newsom,
Yes.
Chairman Barry,
Chair votes yes, and I should have done a voice vote on that. My bad. 14 to 15?
15.
15 to 0. So my apologies for an unnecessary roll call. The moment I said put the question, the moment I was like, oh no, what have I done? All right, we're now back on the underlying bill. I'll make a new motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 212 ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 212 with amendment 2025-1695H. Is there a second? Representative Wood seconds me. Representative Lane, are you comfortable taking the vote on this, or do you want me to hold it? Okay, we're going to take the vote. Okay. Is there discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 212? Hearing none, are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll of the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 212 with amendment 2025-1695H.
Vice Chairman Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien.
Yes.
Clerk says yes. Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Harvey Bolia,
Yes.
Representative Gosowski.
Yes.
Representative C, sorry.
Yes.
Representative Toner,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead,
Yes.
Representative Wilhelm,
Yes.
Representative Newsom,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of ought to pass as amended carries on a vote of 15 to 0. And since I have imposed this, I will write the report. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the bill will be placed on consent calendar, and I will write the report here in the next 5 minutes and get it off. So, see you guys back at 1:40. Okay, it's 1:40. We're back. Going to open the public hearing for Senate Bill 215, requiring an unorganized town or incorporated place to elect town officers for the purpose of conducting elections. And we will recognize Mr. Peter O'Neill for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Peter O'Neill. I am the Senate Communications Director, and I am filling in for Senator Mark McConkey, who cannot be here right now. I'm introducing Senate Bill 215, and this would require unincorporated places with a population of 100 or more voters to organize for the purposes of conducting elections in accordance with RSA 53(1). Currently, unorganized places are assigned to an adjacent town in the same state representative district, which is responsible for conducting the elections for the unincorporated place. A realignment may occur every 10 years after the redistricting process. This can pose challenges in terms of the distance to the polling place and the ability of small towns to be able to administer 2 or more polling jurisdictions. While most unincorporated places have no residents, a handful are large enough to conduct their own elections. Hart's location, Dixville, and Millsfield are already organized to hold their own elections. Hale's location is the remaining unincorporated place that has not yet done so and will be required to do so by this very bill. I will have to defer questions to the Secretary of State's office, and Senator McConkey, thanks you very much for the consideration of this bill.
Thank you. Next up is Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State, and the Senate just said my prepared remarks, so that's excellent. We agree. I will add that some unincorporated places have absolutely no voters, but occasionally some people are residing there and literally come out of the woods in my neck of the woods of the state to come and register to vote and vote on election day. And all of these locations are assigned with other than the 3 that were mentioned, to a different polling location. So those polling locations are essentially running their own election and then have a different checklist and ballot box for each additional unincorporated place that they are responsible for conducting the elections for. In our office work with Senator McConkey on this bill, he does have one polling location with approximately 140 registered voters. Hale's location that is unincorporated, and Bartlett has been in the most recent redistricting assigned that location. Previously, it was with Conway, but in redistricting times, especially with polling locations that have a lot more people, sometimes those unincorporated places will get moved around. And the Bartlett election officials find it difficult to conduct both elections at the same time. So they would appreciate this bill. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have, or any questions you have.
Yeah, I'll lead off because this one came up multiple times. There's questions amongst the committee on how this organizing meeting would be called and handled. I did some research. I couldn't find it, but I think that's what the committee's waiting for is how does that work?
Sure. I will get that information to the committee. I know that there is in some method in law, I just cannot cite it for you, accountant again, that would allow for this calling of, but basically is all members of the unincorporated place, all residents would be sent a notification that they are organizing for the purposes of elections, and then to elect the election officials. But I will get you the RSAs that are involved in that.
Okay, awesome. That'd be great because that came up multiple times. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary. How many? I'm a little confused. How many towns? It says required. So how many towns are we talking about, or how many unorganized towns are we talking about?
I believe just one unincorporated
Just
place would meet the requirements of this legislation.
And it's because of the number of people, or
It's
mainly because of the number of people?
yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative C.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Is this, when they're voting in a different town, do they have their own ballot for their location? Or is it the same people running for office in both cases? Are they the same?
Thank you for the question. So the reason why they are organized by state rep district is because they will have the same offices they're electing. However, they do have their own ballots. So, for example, Gorham is responsible for running the elections of Beans Grant, in addition to Gorham. Beans Grant, Chandler's Purchase, Crawford's Purchase, Cuts Grant, Greens Grant, Hadley's Purchase, Martin's Location, Pinkham's Grant, Sargent's Purchase, Thompson and Meserve's Purchase, and Lowe and Burbank's Grant. I apologize if I mispronounce those. But yes, all of those have their own individual ballots for state and federal elections.
Always fun. Any other questions for the Deputy Secretary? I do love these little tiny elections because you get some interesting stuff, and I'm trying to pull it up right now. But there's a township, I should say, unincorporated township up north somewhere where there is one voter, and I forget which town he goes to vote in, but he gets his results reported separately. So his ballot's not so secret, and I just find that to be funny. I felt the need to give the anecdote, but I'll find the town name once my computer loads it up here. But I'll say it. But anyways, any other questions for the Representative Purdom O'Brien?
Thank you. Those grants that you listed off, do you also know the population, the voters, the amount of voters in those areas?
Thank you for the question. Sometimes, and most of the time, it's zero. But for a location like Hale's location, they have roads and they have houses built. So we would expect there to always be people there. Others do not have. It's just like a big logging piece of land that that do not have any houses built on it. So I would not. They could reside there.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. I will get you that information.
Oh, yeah, please do. And yeah, I don't think I have any other pink cards for 215. So Representative Gosofsky, if you could grab that for me. And then I did just for the committee's situational awareness, I did send this to some members of the COAS delegation because it's just not something that I'm familiar with. So I wanted their input. Online, there was 1 in support, 0 opposed, and 1 neutral. The person that supported it was from Brookline. So yeah, and then there was no one signed up that on the blue sheet that didn't speak. Okay, and with that, we will close the public hearing for Senate Bill 215, and we will stand in recess until 2 o'clock. Okay, it's 2:00. We're going to open up the public hearing for Senate Bill 213. Before we go, we have quite a few cars on this. I'm not going to impose a time limit because we've been going fast all day. But I would indulge the public and especially the lobbyists to please respect the committee's time, because I'm not going to impose a time limit, but just be respectful of our time would be what I would ask. Senator Gray.
Thank you. My name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton, Gilmanton, comes down Route 11 to Rochester and Stratford. This bill here is trying to make sure that the forms agree with what we have done in the past, and that we require people to provide the proof for the various things that they're trying to do. The crux of the bill, you can just see right at the beginning of it, when you are trying to register for the first time, or you're trying to register because you have moved within the state of New Hampshire, or others. So it lays out the criteria so that if you have moved within the state, you do not have to prove identity, citizenship, domicile, and age. Okay? You only, if you've moved it inside inside the state of New Hampshire, the only thing you need to prove is your identity and your domicile. Okay? If you're registering for the first time, you have to do all four. I call it the acid test. Okay? So you have to prove all four, and you can go from there. If you're requesting an absentee ballot and you're already registered in that community, the only thing you have to prove is your identity. Same thing that you have to do, on election day when you walk up to the clerk, that you're asked to prove the identity. There is a bill that I did provide some information to the chair, and I think she may be the minority ranking member on this committee, that will be introduced in the Senate as a non-germane amendment, which will require the Secretary of State to have DMV records, vital records, prior registrations in the voter database, because those being available on election day at the polling place will eliminate a lot of the concerns that we had just here in the last town elections, where the report from the television is that 100 people were turned away on their first attempt to register to vote. And we don't want that to happen. We want people to understand what they need to provide going forward. And if we have a state record that allows us to do that, I've identified those three if there's something in the future. Why the DMV records? Well, the DMV records, if you have a real ID, which now you need one if you're going to go fly, or in a few days you will, they've got a field in there that says citizenship. Yes or no? Wonderful field. Right now, I think it's 654-45 is the statute that governs where the Secretary of State and the Director of the DMV will get together and decide what fields to pass back and forth. But that's an awfully important field to me. And so on election day, when somebody comes up, if they have a driver's license, having a real ID doesn't mean they're a citizen. But now if I have the background information, I have the DMV saying, yes, they've shown me a birth certificate and they qualify as a citizen, or if they've got naturalization papers that they provided to the DMV, we would be able to register them, with just that information. The added thing in here, you'll see many times throughout here, more likely than not. I can't tell you the number of times that I've had people come and tell me at hearings and on the street, other places, that, gee, I don't know if I'm going to be there. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to not be able to make it to the poll. Well, the criteria, according to the attorneys I talked to, is more likely than not. So you see that spread throughout this thing. Remember, this is the form that the people are going to be filling out. So yes, I could have buried that in the statute somewhere, but unless it's on the form right there in front of them, so that when they're filling it out and saying, yep, I'm going to be away on a trip. But remember, they still have not only the ability, but actually the obligation to try to get to the polls if for some reason they don't. Of course, in our legislature, from not processing absentee ballots till the end of the day, we moved it to noontime, and now we move it to 2 hours after the polls open. So it makes it more difficult to do that if you have either changed your mind or don't qualify any longer for that. And with that, you can ask me whatever I know, and I'll tell you.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Lane.
Thank you. We had a similar bill from Representative Lynn that I believe has been sent over to yours. And I just want to make sure I understand. So the first part of your bill is applying for the absentee ballot itself. That's the first part of it, correct? And then the second parts are dealing with if it is the first time you're voting and you're trying to register to vote.
Only for absentees.
Right.
The rest of it is all covered in, statutes otherwise. This is the form that they fill out when they're asking to have an absentee ballot.
Correct. But if they're not registered,
Yep.
then
Then they fill out the
the
extra section.
654-17, which is a different section of the same statute. And then it says over here that there's also a special section about disability. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask follow-up.
It's all right.
The absentee for physical disability, is that if they are registering for the first time as well?
Again, the reason I pointed you to the beginning of this is that
Right.
in the beginning, it tells you if your status is what you need to provide for proof. So if you're
Correct.
currently registered, in that town or ward, you have to prove identity. If you are currently registered somewhere else in the state of New Hampshire and are only moving, then you have to prove identity and domicile. And if you are registering for the first time, then you need to prove all four: age, citizenship, identity, and domicile.
I understand. I'm just suggesting that perhaps in Roman numeral 2 of that second piece that's on page 5, that we might want to make it clear is that shall be prepared by the Secretary of State for individuals who have a physical disability, who have not been, or whatever it says, who are not or who are registering for the first time to vote in New Hampshire. Is that?
You can do that if you choose.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay, thank you.
Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. The language that refers to it is more likely than not. Do you believe that might have an opportunity for additional absentee ballot requests than on our normal scope of requests? Because that kind of it seems like that's a very vague opportunity.
When I asked the attorney,
That's my fault.
That's all right. When I asked the attorneys what the criteria is, they told me that their interpretation of the statute as written is that the person is more likely than not going to meet the criteria. And so whether or not it makes someone else think that they can or they can't, right now, the statute says, absence from the polling place and disabled, etc. So, but there are people who are in great angst over, can I check that box or can I check that box? And so in an effort to try and define what current statute is and make it apparent to those people who are filling out that form, it was suggested that I use that term.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Curtis Register. Stresser, you live in Durham, right? Right. Okay.
I was hoping I could defer a little bit. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. While I got you, I'm gonna write Durham on your card. I just happen to know where you live because I'm crazy like that. But I just wanted to get you okay before I write on your card, and we'll come back to you. Next up will be Linda Hodgson. Hodgington, excuse me.
Hodgson.
Hodgson. Oh well.
Yeah, you did great. So for the committee, my name is Linda Hodgson, and I'm a volunteer with AARP New Hampshire, and I'm here speaking for them today. So dear members of the House Election Law Committee, AARP New Hampshire is opposed to Senate Bill 213, a bill that imposes stringent requirements on voters registering and voting via absentee ballot. The bill mandates that voters provide proof of identity, domicile, age, and citizenship with their application and have it notarized. Additionally, it requires all voters to submit a copy of their proof of identity when casting an absentee ballot. The impact on older adults, well, older adults often rely on absentee ballots due to mobility issues, health concerns, or other barriers that prevent them from voting in person. The requirement to scan, print, and send documents adds a significant burden, especially for those who may not have access to the necessary technology or equipment. Furthermore, obtaining a notary can be a substantial obstacle for individuals who are unable to travel outside of their home. There are some challenges with the documentation. Many older adults may not possess a passport or have easy access to their birth certificate. Obtaining these documents can be a complex, time-consuming, and costly process, particularly for those who may have limited mobility or face other health-related challenges. This added layer of difficulty further exacerbates the risk of disenfranchisement for these voters. Requiring proof of identity for all absentee voters disproportionately affects those who are least likely to have access to the materials needed to comply with these requirements. This includes older adults, individuals with disabilities, and those living in rural or underserved areas. These voters are at risk of being disenfranchised simply because they lack the tools to provide the required proof. AARP New Hampshire urges the committee to consider the significant barriers Senate Bill 213 would create for older adults and other vulnerable populations. Voting is a fundamental right, and it is crucial that we ensure all eligible voters can exercise this right without unnecessary obstacles. We urge you to oppose Senate Bill 213 to protect the accessibility and integrity of our electoral process. And in closing, I'd just like to say that 27% of the people in New Hampshire will be 65 or older by 2030. Not that far away. And this age group votes. Please don't make it harder. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, do you have copies of your do you have written copies of your written statement?
I do right here. Thank
Can you put them at the end of the table for me?
Alrighty.
And that's where our members will pick that up. Just so you know, I did write on your pink card AARP volunteer.
Thank you.
Just so you know. All right, Mr. Register, are you still waiting for more time, or?
Yes, sir. If I could have.
That's right. I'll put you at the end. So just I make the lobbyists go last normally, so I'm gonna put you after the lobbyists.
Fine.
All right.
I won't lobby as hard.
All right. Next up will be Olivia Zink reading a letter from Linda Bundy and Bob Perry.
So this is a letter from Linda Bundy from Antrim, New Hampshire. She opposes Senate Bill 213. The reason that people need to vote by absentee are varied, whether they're elderly or infirmed, they're disabled, work requirements during polling hours, or somebody pretrial incarceration. Proof of identity when registering to vote is requiring an absentee is a hurdle for many voters, such as voters that might be in a nursing home or an assisted care facility who may no longer have a photo ID. She suggests allowing the corrections superintendent or nursing home administrators who know who these people are to be able to verify identity. She thought that was a reasonable suggestion. Or allowing a voter to sign an affidavit attesting to their identity should be a significant proof to obtaining an absentee ballot. Requesting voter registering when you're registering to vote for the first time, there may be a wide range of reasons that you do this, but being able to sign a sworn affidavit does still carry a penalty of perjury. There may be voters that may not have access to these documents, may not be able to scan or locating a local notary of the public, or having transportation or the means to pay for those services. It would be a burden that people who have the least are able to overcome. She says there are no significant voter fraud for registering to vote or voting by absentee, and sworn affidavit is legally binding, and that therefore she asks you to vote in expedient to legislate. I also have written testimony from Bob Perry, who lives in Stratford. Bob says that the Secretary of State in an interview said there are usually 2 or 3 individuals who violate the law, and the Attorney General knows who they are, and they prosecute them and often have gotten conviction. But this number is very small. And former Governor Sununu said that elections are the gold standard. He also says there's been meaningful surveys by Granite Staters of the number of eligible voters who choose not to vote because of concerns or fear of making mistakes or embarrassment for being turned away. And that the state has very limited funds that are appropriated towards voter education. For voters who are registering to vote for the first time via an absentee ballot, will have to provide proof of citizenship under this Senate Bill 213. So this would be a birth certificate, passport, or naturalization papers. He's also citing that maybe somebody who was born as the name, or cites the name Doris Haddock, but was born Doris Rollins, who legally changed their name due to marriage, or somebody who legally changed their name like Doris Granny D. Haddock. Or he said, what about the variations between John Lewis, John R. Lewis, John Lewis Jr., or John R. Lewis Jr.? This bill does not provide significant specificity when it comes to surnames. And I'll just summarize that securing a passport can take weeks under normal condition. Once again, obviously, this bill disproportionately affects women, although he does cite that 3% of marriages do result in men changing their names to match their spouse. For those reasons, he urges ITL.
Okay, I take it there's no questions on written testimony?
No.
Okay, so I just ask everybody. All right, next up is Kaylee Estradio.
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the House Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Kaylee Estradio. I'm a Durham voter and public policy fellow with Open Democracy. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit organization representing 36,000 voters across the state. And today I'm submitting testimony in opposition to SB 213. Absentee voting is nonpartisan. According to the Institute for Responsive Government, research has shown that neither party gains an advantage when absentee voting is expanded upon. Democracy thrives where many participate. Removing barriers to participation encourages a healthy democracy, and it is the direction the pendulum will inevitably swing in New Hampshire. This bill would make it harder for people who are blind and don't drive, or people who might not have a driver's license, to cast a ballot. The required signature from a notary public is also unduly burdensome. Some Americans are more likely than others to lack easy access to these documents, including younger voters, voters of color, and the millions of married women who have changed their last names so their documents don't match, either on their passport or their birth certificate. And although most everyday citizens don't pay that much attention to politics, they will want to write as sacred as this one is taking away, and they will get mad. So as ever, the right to vote demands a fight to vote. I also urge you to think of the people who will have to pay something akin to a poll tax to vote. Will the cost of photocopying a driver's license be on the 100-year-old voter who is in a wheelchair and requesting an absentee ballot because they can't get out of their home to vote? Please side with the voters by voting SB 213 as inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Going to recess this public hearing, going to open the public hearing for Senate Bill 221 and allow Senator Avard to introduce the bill since we're running behind.
Thank you. So do I put this up? All right. For the record, I'm Senator Kevin Avard, Senate District 12, and I am the prime sponsor of SB 221. Hopefully you have the, as amended by the Senate, copy. Basically, this has to do with the voter checklist, verification of the checklist. This bill basically changes it from a 10-year to a 4-year look back following a presidential election with a 6-year look back for anybody who has particularly voted. So basically, instead of cleaning up the checklist for every 10 years, it's every 4 years. And if somebody's voted within the previous 6 years, they would not be removed from the checklist. But this allows it to be cleaned up a lot quicker and hopefully more efficiently, seeing how it's in a 10-year period.
Questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
And thank you for taking my question. I'm confused when I read this bill.
Okay.
And as to the timing and how everything works. So I wanted to ask you to walk me through it.
Okay.
Because it says it's going to start in 2026 and every 4 years thereafter. And then later on, it talks about doing something the year prior to an election, following the presidential election.
Right.
So when I line it up, it seems like they're doing it twice. So I'm just, and maybe if you could just clarify this better.
It's confusing for me too. No, it basically is, the look back is basically is if you voted within, if an individual has voted within the 6-year period prior to the election, they don't have to re-register. But that's what the look back it has to
Right.
do with. And then every 4 years that checklist gets, from 2026 and on, gets cleaned instead of every 10 years. Or gets the checklist gets verified every 4 years.
May I follow up?
Follow up?
So I did a little chart, so, and I can't share it with you because it's just on my computer. But if you're saying you start in 2026.
Yes.
And then is it the first time you're going to do this in 2027, 28, or is it 2030? And then that's not a year after a presidential election.
So as I read it, in addition to verification carried out, the supervisor shall verify the checklist in 2026 and once every 4 years thereafter.
Correct.
Right, and between April 1st and August 1st. In the year following the presidential election, the supervisor of the supervisors shall post notice of their session in appropriate places. I think line 24 where it says the person has been added to the checklist during the 6-year intermediate preceding the 4-year verification. That's what I understand to be the look back. So if anybody has basically voted prior to, say, 2026, 6 years looking back, they're not removed from the checklist. But so I don't know if that helps you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
No, you're fine.
I'm not.
We're working
but-
together on this.
My understanding was in reading this is that beginning in 2026,
Mhm.
that we would have, you would do the look back and you would look back. I understand about the look back period. But then again, you're saying that we're going to do it every 4 years thereafter. So that's 2030.
Mhm.
But then you're also doing it a year after the presidential election. So are you requiring them to do it every 4 years and the year after the presidential election?
No, it's just at 2026 and 4 years thereafter. That is my understanding.
Okay.
That's the way I believe
One more
it.
time? That's right. One more try.
Sure.
I'm gonna let I'm gonna let the engineer take over in just a second.
Oh, no, not an engineer, please. With a law degree, right?
Yeah. My thought was, what if you started in 2029, which is a year after a presidential election, and then you go through the process and you do it every 4 years after that. That way, you've got the 4-year review, and it's automatically always going to capture the year after, the presidential election, and it's going to capture 2 presidential elections every year you do it.
Right. I think the reason it's 2026 right now is because it isn't a presidential election. And that's supposed to, I think in committee that was discussed during a presidential election, that just makes it more complicated, I guess. I'm not sure. This isn't I'm putting in this in for my constituents. I'm doing the best I can.
Yes.
Let me, if I may, just take a shot at this. Is the intent to clean up the polls before the presidential primary or after the presidential election?
Well, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
only
Anybody
there
care
was
to
a
answer
bill.
that? No. That really wasn't discussed as far as with me, but it was basically to clean up the checklist more frequently. That was the impetus of the entire bill, because what we're finding in one particular town, it was a snapshot of one particular home that had 7 different residences in a 10-year period.
Mm-hmm.
And they were all on the checklist.
Mm-hmm.
And so my constituent said, listen, can you put it in so it's every 5 years? And then, of course, the Senate in its wisdom said, well, let's do it every 4 years with a 6-year look back and after a presidential election so that it's not during the confusion during a presidential election. That was the impetus of it. And so the guts of this, I could use your help.
Yeah. Follow up, if I may, just one.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
If only
So-
there was a bill that did it every year. It wasn't so.
Yeah, no, I think the 4-year interval is a profound bit of wisdom, actually. And although I think I have other opinions as well, the year following the presidential election, I think this part of the problem is the year following a presidential election. So we had one in 24. Year following a presidential election would be 2025. But this starts in 2026, so it actually misses that timing. And so I think, ideally, what we would have is something that coordinates the timing in line 4 with the timing in line 6. And that's just, I think, that's the engineer in me wanting that to mesh for some reason. But I think, ostensibly, unless you're going with an annual verification, I think this is a pretty good proposal.
And it's come to my attention that you folks might have passed one that cleans it up every year. And so if I may offer my little bit of wisdom with this is have this ready just in case, in case that doesn't fly. Just have this in your hand in case, as a plan B, as your plan B. Let me put it that way, please.
Fair enough. We will eagerly await action from our friends on the other side of the wall,
We love you folks.
and we will
We do.
respond. I assure you, we will respond accordingly.
With love, right?
With
That was the key
nothing
word.
but love. It's the only way we respond. All right. Is there any other questions for the good senator? Sure, Representative. Leary.
Would you be amenable if we kind of aligned the dates and all with an amendment? Would you be okay with
Absolutely.
that? All right, thank you.
Eager to work with you.
Good to work with you.
All right. Further questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you. I don't think there's
Thank you very much.
221. All right. So we're gonna recess to. I'm not gonna close the hearing, Representative Gosowski, because we're out of order. Just doing that as a courtesy. So we're gonna recess 221, and we're going to reopen 213. And how far behind are we? We got 2 minutes. Well, next up will be Kate Horgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I am here on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Counties. The association does have grave concerns with the financial impact of this bill. As you all know, as county delegates, there are 11 county nursing homes. Coas has 2. Every other county has 1, and each county has a county correctional facility that they operate. Our concern is those in the nursing homes may not have access to these documents, and those in the correctional facilities who may be pre-trial have not lost their right to vote, and we currently facilitate their ability to absentee vote. I will point out that someone who is 18, they happen to live in Manchester, but they commit a crime in Exeter, they're going to Brentwood and sitting over there. The Manchester clerk is certainly not going to come over for one person or 2 people to make sure to execute their absentee ballot, nor is Superintendent Henry going to let that person out to go and vote and collect their documents that they need. In particular of concern are the notary costs. Those would fall on the counties. I will point out that the county nursing homes have anywhere from 94 beds to 300 beds, and all of those people, for the most part, are voting absentee ballots. They do, for the most part, do not have photo IDs. So providing those documents may prove a challenge for your county nursing homes, and those costs would all fall on the county budget that you all would see when you are preparing your budget. I'm happy to take any questions, and I'll conclude my testimony.
All right. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lane. Oh, Representative Freedom O'Brien.
Oh, thank you. Is it the case that residents of county nursing homes have to prove their identity to gain access to those nursing facilities?
Yeah, and I would say that currently in law, it says that the nursing home administrator can verify their identity as a person, because we obviously don't have John Doe in bed number 18, right? We know who these folks are. Our concern is that this would eliminate that ability for the nursing home administrator to provide that voter identification.
Follow up?
What are the documents that a person would need to gain access to that care in a nursing home? What do they need to provide to show who they are to get on that?
Sure. So oftentimes they need to have a birth certificate. They need to prove that they are a resident of the county, but they may not have those documents at the nursing home. It may be with a family member who may or may not live in state or out of state. So some residents may have those documents, other residents may not.
Any further questions? Representative Lane?
Thank you for taking my question. My understanding is, and I might get this wrong, but Stratford County actually provides non-voting certificates to their residents. Is that a correct understanding?
Stratford County gets non-driver's license IDs for their county residents. Not every county does that.
Okay.
That is a cost that Stratford County has decided to take on.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Sarah Chenard.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Chenard, and I'm the Voting Rights Program Manager for the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, which is a project of America Votes New Hampshire. And I'm here today in strong opposition to SB 213. This bill imposes new and unnecessary requirements on voters who register or vote absentee. Most concerningly, it requires voters registering absentee to notarize their application, a step that is simply not feasible for many voters who are unable to leave their homes, disabled, or lack access to transportation. These are the very people absentee voting is meant to serve, and this requirement will disenfranchise them. Voters already attest to their ability under penalty of perjury, requiring them to scan, to their eligibility, requiring them to scan, print, and submit documentation creates serious barriers, particularly for voters with disabilities or limited access to technology. This committee recently voted to retain similar bills with ID and documentation requirements in order to study them more carefully over the summer. We urge you to vote ITL on this bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Karen Rosenberg, excuse me.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the Policy Director at the Disability Rights Center, and I've brought with me our resident attorney. Well, I consider him our expert in election law at New Hampshire, so I'll let you say your name.
Hi, I'm James Zigra.
We are here in strong opposition to SB 213 for a lot of the reasons you've already heard, primarily the barriers that it would create for people, especially people with disabilities, who are unable to leave their homes to do something like register to vote and may not have ready access to documents. One of the most egregious requirements would be that a person who is unable to leave their home, might be on a fixed income, secure a notarization of a form that they're already required to submit under penalties of voter fraud. This is an expensive undertaking. In New Hampshire, by state law, that's $25, which may not seem like a lot to some of you, but for folks who are on a very fixed income, barely affording housing, that could be prohibitive and prevent them from voting. The reason I brought James here with me is that we also are concerned that this bill would violate a settlement agreement that was entered in the New Hampshire U.S. District Court for the District of New Hampshire that James was involved with. So I'll turn it over to him.
Sure. So in 2020, the state of New Hampshire decided that they were going to create an accessible absentee voting system for voters who have print disabilities and weren't able to access the polls. The state did this under pendency of lawsuit. And what they did is they took steps to bring New Hampshire into compliance with federal accessibility laws like the Americans with Disabilities Act and Section 504 of the Rehab Act. SB 213 as written would, I think, violate the settlement agreement because currently the process that's in place for the accessible absentee voting law allows people with print disabilities who, in other words, aren't able to complete a form manually themselves. So what happens is they request either to register absentee or to vote absentee from their city or town clerk. That document is sent to them digitally. They can complete it using their screen reader and make copies of documents, send it back to the town clerk, and that's the process for registration. Currently, that's the process that the state uses. However, by requiring a notary to complete this absentee registration process, it's going to be really difficult for people in the state, especially for people that are homebound, people with disabilities that are homebound, especially in rural areas of the state. So, the existing requirements on the book already contemplate a lot of these security measures, and so we just are concerned that this SB 213 would violate this settlement agreement.
Okay.
We're happy to take any questions.
Are there questions? Okay. I have one. So you mentioned the notary fee of $25. That's if the notary charges for it. They don't have to charge that $25 fee because that's RSA 455.11, Section 3.
They don't have to, but you can imagine that for someone who, that they're going to have to travel a distance to, they're going to be likely to charge a fee. I did a quick Google search to see, who was doing this, and there are notaries who will travel for a fee, and I would expect that they would secure their fee.
Could a notary do this over a video conference?
We do have electronic notaries, but they are also covered by that same provision that allows them to charge the $25 fee.
Okay, so my last one. So putting that all together, a notary who wanted to be philanthropic in their efforts couldn't say, I will be available on video conference and I will notarize anything for free via video conference if they so chose.
Well, we generally don't rely on charity to exercise a fundamental right like voting. But someone could do that theoretically. Our law wouldn't prohibit it, but we don't require it, and it seems precarious to rely on that kind of volunteerism to enable people to exercise a very fundamental right.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Lane.
This isn't really a question, it's just a comment. Yes, you can do it online, but it's very complicated. And the service that's attached to that is also very expensive. So many notaries in the state don't do that online.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some who do, but you're right. They need certain software that has to be approved, they have to fill out an application to do it. So access is challenging.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kristen Evans.
Honorable Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to SB 213. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire. And ABLE is a disability justice organization, and we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that fights for the civil and human rights of people with disabilities in New Hampshire. SB 213 creates unnecessary and harmful barriers to the ballot box by restricting access to absentee voting. It moves us further from a democracy that includes everyone. The changes proposed requiring stricter documentation, a witness or notary affirmation, and vague subjective standards like more likely than not for absentee eligibility will not make our elections more secure. They will make them less fair. For thousands of people with disabilities in New Hampshire, absentee voting is not an alternative. It is the only viable option. People who experience chronic illness, mobility limitations, or rely on home and community-based services often cannot predict whether they'll be able to go to the polls on Election Day. This bill penalizes them for that uncertainty. It is deeply troubling that SB 213 would criminalize voters for mistakes or misunderstandings around eligibility. The risk of prosecution for casting an absentee ballot under this new standard will discourage civic participation among those already navigating systematic oppression. There is no evidence of widespread absentee voter fraud in New Hampshire. What this bill would actually do is intimidate, confuse, and disenfranchise people, especially people with disabilities, under the guise of election integrity. SB 213 undermines equal access to democracy. I urge this committee to reject it and stand with the people who cannot always physically get to the polls, but who still have a right to have their voices heard. Thank you for your time and your commitment to protecting our democracy. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions? All right, are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Liz Tantarelli. Senator Pearl, I've got one more in front of you, and then we're going. So I apologize, we're running a little behind, but probably another maybe 5 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. We seek to empower voters, and it is with great regret that I have to oppose this bill because there are some very good things in it, which I hope this committee will consider as they look at other election laws maybe in the future. And those are the two things, the more likely than not reason for absence, the uncertainty of being able to vote, to say, I plan to be out of state, I plan that my work hours will keep me from voting, is not accurate for many people. And the other thing that the sponsor did not mention, and I wish he had, is the line about the storms, when you can vote in advance of a storm. And he took off the fact that you have to be elderly or infirm and substituted the recognition of hazardous road conditions that would make it too difficult for someone to vote. So I hope you will consider those. But even, much as I like those parts of this bill, we do have the notarization part. And as Ms. Rosenberg mentioned, it can cost by statute anywhere from $10 to $25 that a notary may charge in order to provide their services. That would amount to a poll tax, and poll taxes were outlawed by federal law in 1964. The notaries are not always easily available, especially in the North Country and small towns. And so what you're doing here is creating two classes of voters. Those who need to vote or register absentee are now required to have their signatures notarized. That's not true for somebody who registers in person. So I hope that you will consider those aspects. And as I said, I regret having to say we oppose this bill because of those two good parts. I'd gladly take questions if there are any.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Register, I've got no one else to delay for you.
Greatly appreciate that.
Of course.
Down. All right, good afternoon, honorable members of the Election Committee. My name is Curtis Register. I am a Durham resident since 2021. I have moved several times within Stratford County. I have moved many times within the country, and I have moved 3 times to 3 different countries outside of the United States. A few weeks ago, I bought a good-looking M500 turkey gun, 12 gauge for myself, and a 410 for my wife, as turkey season is a-coming in 1 May. I also bought an M9A4 Beretta, a Ruger LCP2 380, and a Mossberg Shockwave, and even in 20 gauge, that thing still kicks. I gave them my driver's license. I filled out the paperwork honestly to the best of my knowledge, and I waited for White Birch Armory, which is a fine firearm institution, to confirm with NICS that I wasn't a terrorist. And then after they confirmed that, I enjoyed shooting all of those fantastic weapons on the range the same day. I did not have to produce any additional proof of citizenship. I did not have to prove that I have moved to the current location that I am outside of my driver's license. I did not have to notarize anything to prove that my signature matched. I have also voted absentee several times as I was stationed in various locations across the world. I did not have any difficulties voting. I did not lie about who I was. I also know many other service members and their families who have voted absentee, and they did not lie about who they were. And then the election was not spoiled. Now, I think some of you have seen me before. I have spoken against multiple variations of this bill over the last several years. And in that time, there have been 3 successful town meeting day elections, there have been 2 national elections, and there has been 1 comprehensive Secretary of State bipartisan investigation into the voting process. No credible evidence of widespread voter fraud was found. Now, that's not to say that voter fraud isn't a realistic risk. It does happen. Washington Post found 31 cases of voter fraud that were prosecuted within the United States since the year of 2000. Of those cases, several were due to individuals that owned multiple homes or voted in places they said they were from and they weren't. I believe Mr. Troy Murner can attest to this. The Secretary of State made recommendations to tighten our elections. None of those recommendations recommended amending the absentee ballot process. Now, according to K through 12 shooting database, Sandy Hook Promise, and Rockefeller Institute of Government, there have been over 400 school shootings in our country since 2000, but there's only been 31 cases of proven convicted voter fraud. It seems peculiar to me that the priority of this legislature seems to be goalposting access to voting rights and not protecting our children. The winner of every election in any state in this country is did not vote. SB 213 does not meaningfully secure this election, and it will exacerbate voter turnout and cause a loss of voter confidence in the state of New Hampshire's elections. Honorable members, please vote down SB 213. Thank you.
Okay. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
If you dare to ask, I guess.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. I wanted to inquire as to whether you are a veteran.
Yes, sir. Marine Corps veteran, 10 years active duty.
I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair. Sir, I wanted to ask, are you concerned that people like you, who've been willing to stand firm in the face of death to defend American liberties, will find that their right to vote is abridged as a consequence of legislation like this if it's passed?
Certainly. You can see that in the normal paper trail of frustrations as you're moving from location. It is easy to lose your birth certificate. It is easy to misplace documentation. It is easy to not get to the notary on time. Especially when you add kids to the equation. It's like having little gremlins that are just going to cause brain farts all over the place. And all of a sudden, it's voting day. You haven't done the appropriate paperwork prior. You can't find your birth certificate. The notaries are closed. And now your vote no longer matters because you didn't go through the additional loopholes, even though you stood in uniform, tall, saying that you love your country and you will defend her against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
I accidentally shut your mic off, but to turn mine on. So does anybody has a question? Any other further questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. Representative Gosowski, if you can grab the blue sheet, and online was, we're on 213. Online was 5 in support, 355 opposed, 0 neutral. I imagine I'll probably have to count the blue sheet. Yep. 355 was opposed. 35. No, 355. 355. All right, 12 opposed who did not speak. We will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 213. We will reopen the public hearing on Senate Bill 221. I don't have any other cards for Senate Bill 221. Representative Gosowski, now we can grab that blue sheet. Senate Bill 221. Representative Pearls. Senator Pearls. 221. What? He's already moving out. 221 had 26 in support, 4 opposed. How'd that blue sheet look? And on the blue sheet was 1 opposed who did not speak. We will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 221. We will open the public hearing bill on Senate Bill 287, recognizing Senator Pearl. And Senator Pearl, I apologize for our delay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. No concern. We sometimes run behind in the Senate, too. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl. I am here today to introduce Senate Bill 287. I represent the District 17, and I live in the beautiful town of Loudon. So Senate Bill 287 is a pretty simple bill. What it will do is require that if you want to request a absentee ballot mailed to a different location other than your home, then you'll provide a photo ID or a notarized signature. And the important part of that is there is a small spot in our election procedure that could allow someone to request an absentee ballot in your name and have it mailed somewhere else. And all this would do is ensure that the person asking for the ballot that is being mailed to some other address than their home is the person that is supposed to be requesting the ballot. And that's in a nutshell what it does. We had a pretty strong directive last November from during the election that people were concerned about making sure that our votes were secure and that they were, and they were legitimate. And I think this is just a very small step we could take to help tighten up a small loophole that we have identified exists in our current statute. And with that, I will be happy to take questions. And then I'm going to run back to
questions
finance.
for the senator? Seeing none. Oh, one. Representative Lane.
Almost.
I guess my question is, what evidence of any fraud regarding ID have you, can you provide to us?
I'm sorry, I did not quite hear you.
What evidence can you provide that this is a prevailing issue and causing problems with elections?
Sure. So Representative Hill, excuse me, is also going to testify. I know he has some stats that he has looked up from the Secretary of State's office that I think will provide you some information as to why this could potentially be a problem. And it's a very simple step we could just take to make sure that it isn't a problem.
Yep. Follow up.
My other question is, Section 3, Roman numeral 3 of the bill cannot be enforced because the state is under an injunction not to do that under a federal court order.
I am not aware that that is the case, but if it is in violation, then we would have to take a look at that and see. That information did not come up on the Senate side.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you for that.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next
right.
up is Representative Hill.
Thank you for what you do.
Good afternoon, committee. For the record, I am Representative Greg Hill. I did send up the pink card. I'm assuming you got it. I represent the town of Northfield, which is Merrimack 2, and I also chair legislative administration. Here to testify on Senate Bill 287 from my good friend Senator Pearl. My quick story is if Senator Pearl went into his bank and asked for a deposit or a withdrawal from his account and found that his account had been cleared out, and then found out further that the bank had released all of the funds to someone who sent in a letter and said, I am Senator Pearl, please send all of the proceeds of my bank account to such and such an address in Ohio, he would be pretty upset. In most of our life, we are requested to prove who we are. I can't imagine any bank would just take the word of someone sending in a letter saying, I am such and such a person, please do this. They would require some kind of proof. That's what this does. This is a very small slice of the world. These are people that have requested by mail an absentee ballot, and they have returned it, or they have requested from the clerk for that ballot to be sent to a different address other than the address on the checklist. They've completed it, send it in. It's up to the clerk then to decide that this is the person who claims them to be. And I'm asserting that that may not be the case in all cases. In 2017, I worked with then Deputy Secretary of State Scanlon, and we did an analysis of the 2016 election. We looked specifically at those people or that situation I'm describing, where someone requested a ballot, asked for it to be sent outside New Hampshire, and then we looked at how many ballots went to common addresses with that criteria. 14,416 absentee ballots were mailed to addresses outside New Hampshire that year. Did not include military, UOCAVA, or diplomatic service. Of those, roughly 1,400 of them were sent to common addresses, all the way from 2 times 21 ballots were sent to the same physical address, all the way down to 100 times 3 ballots were sent to the same physical address. We are not able, by current law, to investigate whether that was legitimate or not. And there are certainly circumstances where it would be illegitimate. For example, if you live in Brown, if you are a student at Brown University, not to pick on Brown University, but I will. It's entirely possible that there are 21 students from New Hampshire that are registered in New Hampshire and attend Brown University, and the ballot goes to a central mailbox at Brown University where it's distributed to 2 different dorm rooms. Couldn't think of the big word dorm. It's also possible that all those 21 ballots went to 1 dorm room. We really don't know. So this is not proof of this being happening and anything nefarious or illegal, but it is something that's worthy of investigation. That's purely what this information, and I'd be happy to leave that with you. It's a grand total of 1,400 ballots that are worthy of investigation or were worthy for the 2016. To my knowledge, this has not been reviewed in further or subsequent elections, but I'm sure now Secretary Scanlon could do such a thing for this committee. With that, I'm happy to take questions and my testimony, get you on schedule, whichever you prefer.
All right. Further questions? Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When you said these were not investigated by law, could you expand on why it wasn't?
Why these were not?
Yeah.
So under current law, at the time we were doing this, and I don't think it's changed, we were only able to get the information from the HAVA people I don't even think it was called Constitution Place then. It was something else back then. They gave us the information in this generic form that it was how many ballots were sent to the same physical address. They could not tell us what that address was. And Deputy Scanlon was not even able to get that information at that time. I don't know if that has changed and he can do investigations beyond that at this point. I'm afraid I can't answer your question beyond that.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So to follow up on your example about the students in Brown, so what if 21 ballots went to one student? What's the problem with that? And if they are being nefarious and say they vote put my name, I'm going to show up and I'm going to say, wait a minute, I haven't voted. They're going to say, you've already voted. And we don't have any instances of that happening that I am aware of.
Thank you for your question. I beg to differ. So if it were me, and I sat on this committee for at least one term, maybe 2, I used to sit and try to figure out how would I game the system if it were me. I've came up with 3 ways that I would, if I were into this kind of a scheme with absentee ballots being mailed places and whose ballots I would ask for. I came up with 3 ways to do it. One came from the fact that I was a caregiver for my mom, who passed away at 99 a couple years ago. But she used to get 3 or 4 calls a day when people asking polling questions, the first question they would ask is, are you planning to vote in the next election? So presumably they were calling her from a list, so they knew she was registered to vote somewhere. If she said, no, I don't plan, I'm so sick of all of these people, to me, that would put me on a list to say, boy, I can request her ballot and know that she's not planning on showing up. If she does show up, in your example, the only thing that happens, and I've witnessed this personally, I didn't intend to vote, but I did, so I filled out an absentee ballot. And when I showed up, they just ripped up my absentee ballot and they had me vote. Same thing would happen with this one. If my mother had gone and voted, they would just rip it up. No one would investigate it. No one would really care. So that's one example. The second example that I would do is I would look at a list of out-of-state students at our university systems. I would look at the list from the checklist of who voted, who registered to vote in a particular place, and then I would look at the graduation list. And there's a pretty good chance that those people that were here for 4 years and then graduated aren't in that community anymore. I could ask for any of their ballots. And again, the same thing, if there's some way that their name came off, otherwise I could ask for their ballot and say that I'm John Jones, ex-student. Third way, I can't even remember where it is now. I had three. But at 65, this is what happens. I will let you know. Yeah.
65?
Yeah.
Day past 90. I mean, it's incredible.
What's that?
So you don't look a day
His
past 90.
hearing goes too, so.
Any other questions for the representative? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
for-
I will give you this information that was from the 2016. And
Excellent. Next up is Liz Tantarelli.
Thank you. My name is Liz
Thanks.
Excuse me. Thank you. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. I'm here to speak in opposition to this on two bases. One is that it again requires a notarized signature, as I just testified on the previous bill, that it could be considered a poll tax. It also could be something that would not be available to somebody who is out of state for one reason or another, or living in a different part of the state, perhaps caregiving for a relative, and then have to try to get a notarization if they're not able to show a photo ID. There's also a little bit of vagueness about the voter voluntarily shows the clerk a photo ID. I'm not sure what that means. Is that if you're getting your application in advance at the town clerk's office and you show a photo ID, or do you have to send a copy of it? And so the vague wording on this bill disturbs me. And then in part 3, lines 16 through 19, we do talk about a signature match. And as Representative Lane said, that was decided it was illegal in a case that was heard here where the ruling was that without training, the ordinary person, such as the ballot clerk, moderator, town clerk, supervisor of the checklist, is not able to make an accurate assessment of whether or not signatures match. And I know the last thing any of you want is for people to be denied their right to vote for these kinds of technicalities, for illegal things of signature matches. So I hope you will vote inexpedient to legislate on this. I'll take questions if there are any.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kaylee Estradio.
Thank you, Chairman Barry and members of the House Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Kaylee Stradio. I'm a Durham voter and the Public Policy Fellow with Open Democracy. And today I'm submitting testimony in opposition to SB 287, which seeks to require applicants for absentee ballots to present a copy of their photo ID with their application in order to be treated as a verified voter. This introduces an unnecessary and burdensome hurdle to the absentee ballot voting process. Voters are already required to present their birth certificate or passport as proof of citizenship during the registration process. It is a form of governmental overreach to require further proof of identity from voters who choose to request an absentee ballot by mail to an address other than that appearing on the official checklist, and also assumes that the majority of voters have ill intent in doing so and need policing, which I genuinely just don't think is the case in the Granite State. This will most impact elderly, disabled, student, and military voters, all who have equally valid reasons for requesting their absentee ballot to addresses other than those appearing on the official checklist. Section 1A notes that voters shall be treated as verified if they show the clerk photo ID that meets the requirements of RSA 659.13(2)A prior to Election Day. This would require the voter to be physically present in order to vote, which is counterintuitive to the point of mail-in voting as a whole, and as Liz just mentioned, that part is a bit vague. The other option presented in Section 1B for verification processes requires a notarized signature on the application form. And as has already been discussed, finding a notary public is costly and time-consuming and will work to impose burdens on the most vulnerable in our communities, whom the mail-in voting process is intended to aid the most. Failure to provide verification of these types will result in the voter's signature on the absentee application being compared to that on their absentee ballot affidavit, in the same manner as other voters, a practice which has been proven in Sachedo v. Gardner to have disenfranchised hundreds of absentee voters throughout New Hampshire during past elections. In considering this bill, I urge you to factor in what's more important at this current point in time: combating the still hypothetical threat of voter fraud or protecting the constitutional rights of our community members. Thank you, and please vote SB 287 and expedient to legislate. And I'll take questions if there are any.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Olivia Zink reading a statement from Bob Perry.
So Bob Perry from Stratford speaks in opposition to Senate Bill 287. This bill requires applicants for an absentee ballot to have present their photo identification with their application. When he was 1,500 miles from his polling place, his absentee ballot was mailed seamlessly to a different address than his domicile, and this would be a common occurrence for people who may travel or vacation elsewhere. He also says that very few election workers are handwriting elections. Further, he believes that it's settled law that the U.S. District Court of New Hampshire in the matter of Sachedo versus Gardner struck down the signature matching of absentee ballot applications and to the signature on their affidavit. Also, not all voters own a printer, or a printer that is reliable, or a printer that is significant. And he says that when he repaired his printer at the Rochester Staples, it was $152 and it required a drive. Not all persons have transportation or are confined to elderly housing and may not justify the expense. And so those voters without a printer at all, or who do not have a friend or family who is able to print for them, or who may be disabled, this bill will disenfranchise. For those who delay, like most of us, this also may escape their capacity to confront the expanding regulations or carry out their fundamental right to vote. This bill is at minimum unnecessary, and he urges ITL. And I'm not taking questions.
All right, next up is Kristen Evans.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong opposition to Senate Bill 287. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire, and ABLE is a disability justice organization, and we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities in New Hampshire. This bill will directly harm voters with disabilities. Requiring a copy of a photo ID or a notarized signature to apply for an absentee ballot creates unnecessary obstacles that many people in our community cannot overcome. For someone with mobility challenges, limited transportation, or no access to a printer or notary, this bill effectively shuts the door on their right to vote. The right to vote should not depend on your ability to navigate complex requirements or your proximity to a notary public. It should not depend on whether you can afford the time, technology, or assistance to produce paperwork. It must not depend on your disability status. This bill would not increase trust in the voting process, it would erode it. By dividing voters into verified and unverified categories, we signal to people with disabilities and others facing barriers that their voices matter less. This is unacceptable in a free democracy. SB 287 does not fix a problem, it creates one. It places new burdens on local clerks, introduces confusion, and threatens to disenfranchise thousands of legitimate voters across this state. I urge you to reject this bill, protect the fundamental right to vote for all people, including those most often excluded. Thank you.
Okay. Will you be taking questions?
Yep.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Last up is Amanda Azad. And Representative Gosowski, if you could grab the blue sheet for me in advance.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. My name is Amanda Azad, and I'm the Policy Director at the ACLU of New Hampshire. I'm here to oppose attempts to make voting a logistical headache or a burden to the people of New Hampshire, and specifically speaking now in opposition to SB 287. This bill is not addressing a loophole, it's making it harder for people to vote. It's hoops and hurdles, an obstacle course of errands and paperwork, not to mention signature matching, as has been mentioned multiple times, has already been litigated, and that's my main flag here today. But other options being making folks come in with a driver's license to some physical location just to have their ballot sent to wherever they are, essentially is taking the absent part out of absentee ballots and absentee voting. So this isn't about loopholes, it's about jumping through hoops to vote, and folks should not have to deal with all of this for a fundamental constitutionally protected right like voting. In 2017, the ACLU sued New Hampshire for invalidating absentee ballots of hundreds of voters, many of whom were disabled, with signature match just like this. But here, this bill is doing the exact same thing again, which is unexplainable. Folks would have to, they would not have the opportunity to cure, which is one of the main issues, although the federal court flagged many issues in that case. Making it harder for people to vote should not be the goal here, and this bill does not, frankly, make a lot of sense from our perspective. For example, you have college students changing dorms or units. They need to come back in person with a driver's license to show that they moved to a different housing unit number, not to mention studying abroad logistics. Then you have so many snowbirds here who now need to come back in person to show that they are staying somewhere else. You have people who are in hospitals, rehabs, nursing homes, new apartments, traveling, and on and on and on, who have to deal with multiple different dynamics, all of which are in person, in some form or another, again, defeating the whole purpose of absentee ballots. Something that seems to be popping up in multiple bills actually is kind of getting at absentee ballots. And frankly, people like absentee ballot options. Folks of all different backgrounds enjoy that opportunity. Life is very complicated. I have two children who are young and a third one on the way, and life is very complicated. This serves to undermine the process. At the end of the day, signature matching is not permitted under law. We just litigated this a few years ago. The judge struck it down. So this is not allowed, but here it is in a new bill. SB 287 seems to want people to be in person when they are doing absentee ballots, which they are doing because they are not available in person, which will ultimately, in one way or another, either via signature match, the epic headaches of technology and printers and notaries, or just simply being unable to travel due to health or disability or finances, lead people to not being able to vote. So I just want to underline that voting is not supposed to be a luxury. We are not supposed to have to put in such an effort in order to vote. It's our basic right. So again, just taking my ACLU hat off for a second. It's been a long day. It's been a long week, and it's only Tuesday. I have two little kids. I am very pregnant and very tired, and notoriously printers hate me. So the idea of navigating this bill for me personally gives me a headache. It's confusing, and I think we really need to give the voters of New Hampshire a break. People want to vote. So let's support that instead of putting a bunch of hoops in front of them to jump through when at the end of the day, they just want to raise their hand and say, I vote for this person. Thanks for your time. Please, ITL.
Will you be taking questions?
I can if you really want, but I know y'all are very behind schedule.
You don't have to. You're the last thing of the day, really. All right, seeing none, doesn't matter. Seeing none, there are none. Thank you.
Thanks.
On the sheet was 13, right? Did I have that right? 13.
I took that away from you, didn't
Yeah. I have a good memory. 13 opposed. No other people signed up. Online, Senate Bill 287 had 10 in support, 305 opposed, 1 neutral. We will be closing the public hearing on Senate Bill 287, and we're going to open the public hearing on the notice non-germane amendment to Senate Bill 222, Amendment 2025-1621H, which I get the feeling Representative Wilhelm's going to do for us in what may amount to be record time. No, I don't think I jinxed it. I feel good about this one.
Thank you, Chairman. I am not prepared to present this amendment, but we're going to continue working with OLS to get it to a good spot and potentially schedule a non-germane amendment hearing for next week.
Okay, awesome. See, I told you. Anybody have questions? No? Awesome. What? What about this that has my name on it? This is so bad. It's just so. All right, I don't have anyone else signed up for the non-germane amendment. Is there a sign-in sheet for the non-germane amendment? I think so. Yeah, let's get the sign-in sheet. Got to do all the. It was noticed. We've done the hearing. We've done the hearing. This is it. You sat through it. The sink is in the back going, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh wow. Sheet's blank. And I don't. No, we've just done the hearing.
Oh, okay.
I've just done the hearing. Fini. And I don't think there's an online way to opine on a non-germane hearing. All right, so with that, we'll close the non-germane hearing. That's it. I will see you guys probably next Tuesday. Just in the interest of transparency, I may punt it a week or two, but probably not. So what? Yeah. But probably not. So I just want to put it on the radar. It's a possibility. You'll know tomorrow at noon because that's the deadline.
So it's more likely than not.
More likely than not. Yeah, whatever you want to look at it. Yeah, you don't have to notarize that.
What's the percentage likelihood?
Of it being moved? 15%.
Yeah.
Okay, and with that, no matter what, I'll see you next Thursday. So.
Right. You will. Yeah.